All right, welcome. Thanks for joining us so much. Really appreciate it for Group Dad, session 13.
Raise the roof.
Lucky
Ready?
number 13.
Oh,
This
yeah.
is fun.
It is fine. It's just fine. Everything is as it should be.
What world are we going to end up on today?
All right. So in session 12, what happened was we were on the road. We had entered into the Frosthorn Valley. We were at our initial camp. We were attacked by Moken warriors, tribal people, half giants. Kalan had some insight into their coordination. Thought it was odd they would attack at night when they don't have dark vision. Additionally, they take opportunities. This was kind of out there as far as the opportunities given. Now we continued on the road. Then something drastic had happened. We saw a wagon that had been destroyed partially in terms of its appearance, some horses that were slain, and from investigation, a creature had done it, a monstrosity, a large insectoid, millipede-like creature that kind of punctured through the air. It had some senses in terms of tremors, like movement and other things. You all had vanquished that creature, but while you're in the combat, while you're fighting, unfortunately for all of you, Burrow is not exactly the best to be on, best to drive one of the caravan. And so no one was on the helm, no one was in the driver's seat, and those goats went wild. Now, the driver, they were terrified of the monstrosity. They took off, they headed in the northern direction. You had Timothy as well as Kalan keeping their wagons put in some regard, even Kalan participating in the fight. And then we traveled north to catch up while the rest of us kind of lingered a little bit at the site of incident. Now, when you traveled up north, you met with a lake. That frozen lake was not going to stand with the wagon full of ore and supplies on top of it, and the goats, Burrow was freaking out. And something odd. A song, sirens like song, penetrated through. It threw some into vision, memories playing on Dreamscape. Maybe it was real, maybe it wasn't. That forced one of you, shall not name, to swim down and to touch it. And when you touched it, you all were brought to somewhere extremely strange. When you touch one of the orbs, this glowing, pulsating orb placed in the pedestal with a great knight, these intricate runes, after the fact, we did some research on. You were taken to some sort of village that was being raised by soldiers, paladin, wearing a very particular surcoat and symbol, allegiance of some sort. There was an elven lady, an elven warrior, happened to be at the hands of a boy trying to get them to safety. Fought these people in that onslaught. One of you, shall not be named again, slayed
These
the
are
boy.
different people, by the way, Chad.
There are different people. When you slayed the boy,
Allegedly.
pillars of blue and white cackling lightning began to cloud the sky, striking down, dismantling, dissolving the construct, the vision, the space, however you want to refer to it. The last words of the elf were that you were chosen. Almost as if they were knowing that this would happen, but not in this particular way. When you reappeared after this had been dissolved, you were on the north side of the lake, lost and alone, without your companions, just yourselves. Now, Lehman did not come with you, and you were all teleported to this space. moved to this space. And Lehman was not with you when you returned from this space. But also others were not here when you returned. Traveled the site of incidents. You saw large statue, this place of great magic and power to do such a thing, lifeless, powerless. Wagon, remnants of a creature, not there. No Harak Mining Company wagon. Instead, there were wolves of white with glowing blue eyes, large monstrosity these creatures were. They blended in with the snow, almost dissolved into it. And they seemed to be allied with one particular person. Creature. Frost giant. And this frost giant, as it had a piece slugging on its shoulder of the same very creature that you killed, stated that there was a place giving respect and honor to one of your companions who showed that they have gifts given to them or rewarded to them or worked and served for giants magic. That was enough. They're not waiting. They're just moving on. Following or you don't. Speaking that they're from the Giant's Wood, place within the Northern Frosthorn. Jax, the tome of Holder, of the Holder, is destroyed. When you reach through it, you did speak to someone that you recognized, but they did not recognize you. They believed you to be an imposter, someone who had stolen it, someone who had taken it. They did not trust you. And they used that connection to the magical object to dismantle it. Yep. You reached out to Ithrin. And now Ithrin knows. Stating that Eri Thune destroyed the Striker and Wrecker and killed all life. How bizarre.
Can't kill a god.
Can't kill a god.
Oh.
Now he thinks he's grander than the Master of Dragons. He thinks he's an actual god now. What have we
The
done?
God King.
So yeah, we're following the giant, right? Right.
Yeah.
So as we start today's session, you all, lost and alone for each other, begin to follow this pack of wolves and the giant as they begin to march north. They move fast. Giant moves faster than all of you. Wolves even faster still. But it's a march, not a run. You have to move a little bit quickly with them. Begin to pass in through the tundra, through some of the trees that sprawl from the southern Frosthorn. And you begin to bed down to your first night. It's unclear of how long it will take to reach whatever destination this giant has in store. They simply, being immune to the cold, begin to take down nearby thickets, brambles, ripping them apart, putting them placed onto the ground as a place to just get themselves off the snow for comfort. The wolves form a perimeter, disappearing into the darkness and the snow, almost becoming invisible. One thing that was strange is while you were huffing and puffing and keeping pace, is that the wolves never tired. They never faded. Even when they ran, sniffing around, They did not breathe heavily. Their paws also formed magic upon the snow to gain traction, to bend it, they moved. The giant now sits upon their bramble to thicken and begins to tear apart some of the inner flesh to the heated creature, the millipede that you all faced, munching and chewing upon it, and pulling out a forked, large horn of a dragon. They begin to drink it. See mead dribbling down from the chin. They offer none to you.
So, where did you get the dragon?
What?
The thing you're drinking out of, where'd you get it?
Ah,
He's a giant. They kill dragons. It's a thing.
I got this from one of Javarg's spawn.
Who?
Javari, great elder white worm that preyed against frost giants thousands of years ago. This was from, begins to think, looking at it, Aethrin.
Pretty cool, pretty cool.
Hey, that name sounds pretty similar to Ethan. What do you know about Ethan?
Aethrin. The dragon that Monsag faces, its most dire threat. One of Javarg's most fierce, cutting spawn. They also seem to be immune to the giant's strength or magic. Any strike bears, leaves this lightning about the creature. They are unharmed. Aethrin dares not make way to Monsag. Even though we may not land a blow, we've attempted to capture the dragon, and it's wise enough to flee.
Yeah, he seems like a baby.
Aethrin is no baby. They are an adult dragon, fierce, powerful. They have easily slain over 100 frost giants. They also have a thrall, half-giant warriors, and dragonlings that serve them.
My mistake. Must be a different Aethrin then that I met.
Perhaps it is. What color is this dragon?
Oh, he was white too.
There is only one white dragon I know of that is the dragon that I speak of.
Oh. Well, when I met him, he ran from me. But that could just be just my nature, I guess.
Ran from you. How?
Well, I told him to leave, and he left.
With what power did you command the dragon to leave? Look at
His
you,
beautiful
Smalling.
voice.
As much as I'd imagine you have a beautiful voice, you look very pathetic.
Oh, it's all right. Looks can be deceiving. Compared to a mighty warrior like you, I'm sure we all look pathetic.
Strength. An honor. By the laws of Thrym. I hunt dragons. In servitude, I die. And then in the great hall I will drink, feast, and fuck. This is the power that I am gifted. With what power are you gifted?
The gift is story. And talking. I've done fair fucking.
Tell me a story then. Show me your power.
Alright. What do you want to hear about? What's your pick your poison?
Tell me a story about. Ah, yes. Tell me a story about killing one of your other Smallings. But make it some sort of romantic story, like you had to kill them. Because, you love them, but you couldn't let them live. I like stories like that.
What
Okay.
kind of fucked up shit are
That
you
is a-
into, sir?
Very strange expression of love.
This almost feels personal. You want to talk about it? Did you have to kill a former
It is
lover?
a little bit personal. I had to kill my former half brother.
Brother, no.
Hmm.
Lord,
Not proud.
behave the king.
But I had no choice.
Sounds depressing.
I'm sure we'll meet again at the Great Hall, where we will forgive each other.
Perhaps. But yeah, you want a story? I can give you a story.
Proceed.
Anyone else? Anyone else want to hear a story?
Oh, we're
Nah,
all
I'm
ears.
gonna
buddy.
go train. I want nothing to do with this. If he gets mad at you, I ain't had nothing to do with this.
Okay, you want killing. Okay. Do I need to? Let's see. Let's roll this first to see how good of a story I'm gonna go with. Okay, let's just do it. This one. I can't find it.
Trying to
Awkward.
look up a story to tell. I love it.
Here we
It
go. Okay, decent.
rolling. Gotcha.
So, Michael, do you actually want me to tell you a story?
That's entirely up to you. If you want to tell me a story, you can. If you want to just say that you tell them a story, that's totally cool too.
It's up to the group. I don't want to waste time telling a story if they don't.
Oh no, you can. You committed to it. You're here.
Yeah.
All right.
Commit to the bit.
You bought the ticket for this bus ride.
If I had to,
All right. So, long ago, our journey starts about 2 years ago. There was a bard similar to myself walking down the street one day when he came across this lovely woman named Lily. Now, this bard had been out of school for a bit, learning his trade. But Lily was this beautiful woman like he's never seen before. Keep in mind, as a bard, he's seen pretty women. Now, Lily enjoyed many things and was obsessed with the fact that Pip was good with, let's say, his voice. And they became companions to travel. Lily was very good at other sorts. Stealing, hiding behind the shadows. Pretty much the opposite of Pip. Well, one day they came across this lair. And in this lair there was a powerful wizard named Malachi. Now, the wizard gave them a choice. You can either fight to the death, or you can both die a true love's death together. Well, Pip was honored to die and did not want to have to fight Lily. Lily, on the other hand, was what she was and stabbed him directly in the back. And he died.
It's stabbed you in the back.
No, not me.
Oh, it's not you. I
No,
see.
no.
Stabbed someone in the back.
The other bard of the story.
The other bard of the story.
But here's where it gets twisty.
Oh,
The bard did not die, although she thought she did. So the wizard just stood there as Lily looked confused of why the wizard wasn't letting her go. Until the bard had to do what he must do. When Lily's back was turned, he stabbed her right through the heart as well. And although he had enough strength to do that, he died soon after. But Lily went with him. And thus, they both died together. Just like he wanted to in the first place. How's that? Is that pretty decent? Kind of off the top, you know. We're kind of depressed lately.
it's a pretty good story. Didn't like the stabbing of backs very much.
Yeah. It happens.
They should have just turned around and stabbed each other at the same time.
That's fair.
Well,
He fucking lost his mind.
you
That
are
might be the most depressing story I've heard.
more than welcome to light a fire. I do not need one, nor does my pack. Should not worry about any creatures ambushing us at night. We will be safe.
Did Clan Warsog have any creatures like these wolves? Anything that seemed unnatural?
Clan Warsaw and Monsac. Various Jarls align themselves with the clan. The great King Grima. I do not believe so. We have fought them on raids, competitions. Longship to longship. They have might and steel. We have honor. Clan Warsaw, do not believe, has moved against dragons for some time. This is dishonor. Thrym goes against many beliefs. After all, giants were created by Thrym to slay dragons. I was created to slay dragons of frost and cold. Clan Warsong slay dragons of fire. Yet they ally themselves with the very thing they slay. Pathetic. One does wonder. Whatever reward they are promised must be greater than dining in the Great Hall. It must be a very impressive reward. I will trade with you. At the beginning, stand up after taking a large slurp. Millipede creature.
I'll give him a nod as I place down my the glaive that I got from Silkalos.
Press me, and let's see what you have. See them grabbing their great axe, raising it, just opting to parry blows and see you press. Big attack roll.
We'll do it with my
Coming across with the glaive swing through the 21. You see as the great axe is slow, anticipating this, you swing underneath and up. Coming across, the giant takes a step back. A bit of wound, surely, but you do not want to press it. You see as they take a step back. Quick, fast. You know the defenses of a giant. Did you fight them?
Only those that were training. I was used as entertainment, and one took me in as their ward, and that is how I learned the ways of the giants and Thrym.
It was not thousands, not thousands of years, that we, giant of frost, would have used dwarves for the very same. But no longer. We've moved away, fighting against ourselves for entertainment. Again. Similar thing.
Actually, look reassuring.
See to come through. You see them taking the foot down and twisting, being able to get a cut at the ankle. Step back. Not wincing, whining of any kind. Moving against the floor down into the snow. As they grip the great axe. Keep going. Going with a different maneuver this time, able to come to the defense, slicing into the hand, holding the great axe. They attempted to parry the blow. See, they're relentless, not wanting to stop to see if they can try to deflect your blows, dodge things, but you're able to continue to take blow after blow. Now you're kind of in a full-on sparring match. Notice the giant is not attacking.
He's just playing defensively.
It's playing defense. Giant wholly understands the strength it's capable of. Just curious of what you're capable of. You were wishing to train, so we'll train on something live.
Yeah.
Jax, sitting around. I don't know if maybe he's making a fire at this point. I know you don't have tents or anything, so I would imagine Lance, you're getting on top of that, trying to make some shelter, some lean-tos from the thickets,
Yeah.
getting a fire started. I don't need a roll from you. Jax, something rather odd begins to happen. You see this from your skin. Your left hand begins to regrow. Tome the whole. Roughly, and you watch as it begins to regrow. It's a little bit of a slow process. It takes about 5 minutes. Eventually, see the large eye moving from left to right.
I will just kind of store it away, take care of it, caress it, baby it. I didn't lose everything like I thought I did.
Yeah,
That's
like I
your
did.
love of your life. It's fine.
I'd rather have the tome. So, Kanan, I know we talked a little bit, but as they're sparring, which God knows why they want to spar with each other like that.
After that story, I'm starting to think it might be a courting ritual.
I mean, it could be. We've all seen what Donlin goes after. It's just, once again, another man of power here, just like Pelu. Maybe he has a thing for people in power or powerful positions. You want to talk about what happened back there at all?
Which part?
Oh, I don't know. The part where you snapped, ran in the middle of a group of people, and killed a boy.
One was not my target. It makes you feel any better.
Okay, but I don't think even you can deny it. I mean, it looked like something snapped in you with those. I don't know what they were, maybe soldiers or I couldn't even tell you, but between their symbol and then all of a sudden us starting to fight them, and then I mean, you went from like 0 to really pissed off in no time flat here. There's something. I mean, was there something about them that reminded you of anything, or just the situation itself you didn't like, or what?
Those men, paladins, reporting to be under the service of Pelor. My reading of the markings on that statue, we- it seemed to be tied to a period in the past, about 22 or so years ago. The village was named Ravel. There was a period when some of the followers chosen did some damned unsightly things in his name. There was some sort of prophecy that a boy would be born who would topple the king. So they did the only upstanding paladin-like thing that one would do and started killing all newly born boys in villages around the kingdom. So as I understand it. Something inside me just can't quite abide by that kind of senseless slaughter in the name of a god. So yes, I was not myself at seeing it happen firsthand.
And I mean, I don't know much about paladins or soldiers or anything, but I mean, the story you're telling, was it by the order of the king, or did they just kind of do it on by their own accord, or I mean, or do you even know that much about the story?
Couldn't say specifically, but I've never known a military man to do things without being told by someone.
So paladins are military, not religious, or
Well, in this case, they're both.
uh okay. Hmm. I mean, I guess I can understand, but what do we do if this happens again and you were in the middle of, serious situation and you snap, you just run there and I mean, evidently you can't necessarily control it. What if you hit us?
That is something I had considered. I suspect, if nothing else, perhaps, should we find ourselves in dire circumstances, maybe give me a bit of a buff.
Well, I know I for one certainly shall. I have no desire to meet the same fate the boy or some of the other people that you managed to kill down there met. May I suggest one thing though? Is a little method I've seen work is you can grab your ear, like your earlobe, and if you go woosah, woosah, it does help calm you down a little bit. That might help. Maybe not the best thing to do in the middle of a fight, but it might help calm you down a little bit.
Which ear in particular? Is it left side, right side?
Well, are you right or left-handed?
Right hand.
So then it would be the right side because it's the dominant side.
Stays on the same side. You don't cross.
Yeah. Well, you can cross, but I think that would look a little stupid if you're, rubbing your ear across. I think it's on the same side. I've only heard that this works. I don't know. Might be worth trying though next time you get upset like this. That way we can avoid another situation like this.
Even I would also
Just
like to hope that in the future we don't find ourselves in the center of battlefields containing children and others of us. So,
yeah, unfortunately, I'm with this group here. I'm finding out I don't think we necessarily have the ability to pick or choose the time and place that we pick a fight. Everything from the boats to the high rock to the uh, whatever that worm thing was to the lake. I mean, I don't think we've necessarily really picked one time where we got to have a fight. So I don't know. I just want everybody to be safe. I got bigger. Well, I thought I had bigger things out there than this, and I think I still do. I just don't want to meet my end by somebody losing their temper, and we'll just call it an accident for now occurring.
and all things seem to always happen for a reason. I understand.
So I'm if you need somebody to talk to, I'm here,
It
and
is
I'll
appreciated.
I'll, I'll at least lend you the ear to listen. For
How are
anything
you
you may want to
doing
tell.
with? You seem to have a bit of a disconnect with that friend of yours.
The friend of mine, Kalon.
No, the unsightly one with the big eyeball.
Yeah, so I don't think any of us necessarily really know what happened down there when the accident occurred, but let's just say whoever or whichever one is here in this timeline, universe, whatever it may be, didn't necessarily remember me, and that caused some trouble. Uh, but I'll kind of pull back my cloak and pat the tome. It did come back, so there is something to the connection with this.
It's interesting.
And uh, Michael kind of OC here. I would assume since since he can see who I truly am, he can also probably see the eye in the middle of my head that nobody else can see at this point. Correct?
Not necessarily.
Okay, so I'll leave that one alone then. You guys will figure that one out later, I'm sure, in character wise. But anyway, so it looks like the connection's still there. It did come back. Now the question is, at the right time, how do we use it to our advantage?
Now I'm more curious if you were ever connected to this. The one that didn't believe you, if you're still connected to the old one, does the old one still exist? What happened to
Well,
those people that were, where's the robot? And your girlfriend, they're just gone.
I
They didn't come back.
so none of them. Well, my assumption anyway. Well, first let me say, when I try to use the book, I connected to the guy that's here in this. We'll just call it a new timeline, right? I was connected to the guy here, and he still had the book from this timeline in his possession, and he magically caused it to disappear. I think we all realize how powerful Belugar is, but we were the only ones involved in the fighting, and with the exception of Lehman, the other two had no connection to the group and the Chosen One mantra. That was how I thought the other two got out of it. Lehman, I have no idea how or why he's not here. Maybe it has something to do with being a metal construct robot guy. I don't know.
Also, there's so many unanswered questions. Were we simply transported somewhere else? Did that world cease to exist? Are they still there somewhere? Are they all dead?
Ooh, I don't think we need to bring that up around Pip. He might be a little sensitive to the subject still.
That's fine.
I mean, that would be 2 for 2 worlds that he's destroyed.
Told you, God.
The question that's also been keeping me up. Obviously, something in that whole sequence of events was meant to go differently. But is it that we killed the child and it caused all of this? Or was it that we were meant to save the child and simply not doing that caused all of this? The child was going to die anyway.
You know, this I don't know. Those are all very good questions and thoughts. I just wanted to make sure we could try to avoid man, I don't know how else to say it, Kanan, without, sounding like I'm being rude here, but I mean, you just snapped, and I wanted to try to avoid that again, and see if you just needed somebody to talk to, maybe about what was going on. I can tell you who I know has probably put the same questions and thoughts forward, or thought about them anyway, the same way you have, is probably Lance. I mean, he is a very, from what you can see about him, a very scientific and hypothesis led individual. I bet you he has some guesses that that he probably has that he's been thinking about and either figuring out why they work or why they don't work, and has a good idea. But I mean, he's over there getting all the shelters and everything ready, so I'm not sure if now is the time to bother him or not with this, because I don't know about you, but I don't want to be cold. Yeah, speaking of busy, I need to ask him about some more some more of these bombs. These things are critical necessity, but so hard to make them. I gotta have him teach me at some point, I think. But I don't know. Anyway, I appreciate you taking the time to talk to me, Kanan.
Sure.
Like I
Yes.
said, right hand, right ear.
There's a certain irony to snapping, as you put it, over the wanton slaughter of families and children, and in the process, slaughtering a child. Do not think that I have not felt the weight of that.
I imagine a man of your religious nature is probably going to lose some sleep over whether it was real or not, what happened there. I just want to make sure you knew you had somebody to talk to. Since we did have although forced conversation earlier about things, just want to make sure you knew you had somebody here that you could trust.
I do appreciate it.
I'll on that note, I'll walk over to Lance and ask if he needs any help getting the shelters and everything else prepared.
Of course. No, she's an extra set of hands.
Point me in the direction, boss. I have no desire to be too cold tonight.
Fair enough. If you could take over on some of the construction of the lean-to here, I'll point out what you need to do. I'll get started on getting a fire.
When he comes back, it will look like the jankiest, like 3 or 4 stick lean-to with no protection from anything that he's ever seen in his life.
Jax is a teenager, is what you're saying.
Jax is a city boy.
Fucking city boys, dude.
Lance will guide you through it. I mean, we're not sleeping in nothing tonight. We're at least making ourselves like an igloo or something.
Yeah, you could totally do that. Yeah, give me a survival check for that.
So
Or is that
I
within
can.
your? Is that
It's
within your
a,
feature?
that was a function of the carpenter's tools, was to make the lean-tos that last for 1d3 days.
Yeah. Wait, do you need to make a check for an igloo, or do you think you could manage that with the carpenter's tools?
I think I could. I mean, I was joking about the igloo, but like a lean-to,
Oh, okay.
and then yeah.
You
That's
just
fine.
form it like an igloo
Yeah.
with wood and then put snow on it.
Yeah,
to
just put
keep
snow
the
on
heat
it. Insulate it. I think that's
Yeah,
good.
yeah. Make
Yeah.
a frame and then stack up snow.
I like it. It's smart. Giant will probably help you with that too, because it's probably fun and awesome. All right. Well, does anybody want to accomplish anything else on this evening?
Once Jax goes back to help Lance, it occurs to Kanan that he's still got a sending stone. And not expecting it to work, just out of sheer curiosity, he's going to take it out and attempt to make contact with Elise.
You try to make contact with Elise, and there is no response. The other receptionist. Now, as you all find shelter into this lean-to turn igloo, the fire, say, crackling, giving yourself some warmth. Giant outside, laying themselves onto the thicket. You now all can take a long rest.
Hell yeah. I wonder why I took damage and I forgot that we swam into the fucking frozen lake. A bunch of brainiac people. Look,
You-
man.
Useless.
There was information down there.
There was information down there, of which I got exactly 0. I got, oh, the lights were on when I was here last time. The lights are off. It's
At
like
a
when you
high
go
level,
trick or
That's
treating.
the important information.
That's fair.
The lights are off is a good analogy for like everything that's just happened.
Yeah. Yeah.
Donlin was having fun. He was going trick or treating. He was going house to house, and then suddenly all the lights were off on the street. Made no sense. No more candy. Now he just has to sit here and spar with the fucking frost giant.
Okay. So as we undertake our long rest, most of the next day of travel here is getting across the rest of the lake. You're kind of clinging to the western edge, but the giant would understand that crossing over the lake is not wise. So they're kind of making way further around the edges and things as you're moving. The perimeter always established by the wolves. And we're kind of nearing a point into the afternoon evening. You can see a large wood evergreen forest that is clinging to the mountainside as it sprawls itself into the mountains, the northern Frosthorn. The northern Frosthorn mountains are large. They're not actually as large as the southern range, but they still will get impressively massive, reaching elevations 10s to 20,000 feet. And so you're staring at this very grandeur scape, right? You're just looking as this giant seems to just be walking in the direction to kind of go into the mountains. And they then let out a slight pause. Stop, if you will.
Oh, bitch.
They just hold themselves around and see as their companion that's been alongside with them this entire time, Brindle, this wolf, and the others flanking from left to right. You notice they're looking around as well, not telepathically linked, they're letting out a series of barks, a little bit of nips. They're almost passing that down the chain. The giant speaks. Giant. To the wolf, which some of you understand. The wolf turns. The giant speaks. What is it, Brindle? What do you sense? Then Brindle looks up. It is a dragon. It's near. Is it Ithrin? As Brindle continues to smell, the eyes blue crested. It's a little bit of a shake and a twinge, so frost kind of gleaming from their back. It is, Master. As the giant then begins to look towards the rest of you. Watching the axe, they hold it. They look towards the tree line, miles ahead. They turn around. Speak in common. Speak in common tongue. The dragon approaches. We will not outrun it to the forest. It is too fast. There are those that can. Brindle, get your pack. Bring them together. Brindle lets out a howl up into the air, lingers. You see the dozens of the wolves beginning to pour outwards from the camouflage snow. I cannot ride my pack, and I will slow you down. You will mount them. They will take you to Monsad. See as Frostchat looks towards you, Dom. Tell them that your Galderson died with honor.
I give him a gentle head bow.
As they have the axe in the right hand side, begin to conjure an ice spear on the left. You reach Monsad. Make audience with the king. Let them know the dragon is in the valley. See as they hold the spear to the left and the axe to the right. See as the pack begins to approach you. Wolves independent. Prompt you to mount them. You do so.
They're playing with a dragon.
You gonna say, as much as I would like to fight Ithrin, I think he's
He
got
wouldn't
advantage
fight
here.
her. He would just run. Again.
I mean, if that's how you feel, you want to just tell him to go away and not kill my giant friend?
No, because I don't want to risk your giant friend.
He's going
We're
to
about
die.
to leave him to die.
Yeah, he's literally staying here to die for us.
To save our lives.
I cannot outrun the dragon, and I could not mount towards the wolves. My pack.
Well, I
Dragon
mean,
will
I've
outrun,
talked.
will outfly me, but they will not outfly my pack.
I mean, I've out talked him once. Are we gonna risk it again? I mean, I don't want the guy to die. I like that dude.
You're the one with the stone. This is your call. We gotta make it quick, though.
As much as your story was lovely, do not believe you will talk your way out of this great storytelling. But if that is what you wish, then you may stay with me. Decide now. The dragon approaches. See his bird looks up.
Well, my
Continuing to sense as the wolves gather. It will be here 10 minutes.
well, both my worlds are pretty much destroyed. Might as well try to save at least something. I'm down to try. But
Jax is already on top of a wolf here. He looks at
Okay.
you and Pip, you are playing with fire right now.
Technically,
No.
it's frost, but I take your meaning, and I don't disagree.
Oh, hold on. Not all dragons breathe fire?
Nope.
Oh, shit. City boy. Sorry, guys.
So it's fine. It's fine.
I'm on top of a wolf waiting for the rest of the party to make up their mind. I have not left yet. Or
Pip,
asked
get
them
on a
to go.
wolf. We'll fight Ether another day.
sorry, my giant friend. Hopefully we see each other again.
We will not, unless you die with honor, and the Great Hall will take you. Fighting dragons. There is only a no smallings within the Great Hall, foretold. Perhaps you will be one of them. For now, farewell. And do not
So,
think that my life is sacrificed. I go to my next, my great life, the one that I was born to live in the Great Hall. See, as they hold the axe, right, spear in the left.
All right, Brendel, let's get the fuck out of here.
so Pip is gonna get on the wolf to get out, but also he's gonna try to talk to the ring as he's doing it.
Okay. We'll make an intelligence saving throw. So as you come into the ring, begin to bridge, feel a connection beginning to form. Mounting onto the wolf. As soon as you all mount onto the wolves begin to run. They do not stop or hesitate. As soon as you're on, they all begin to run off. They travel nearly 90 feet in 6 seconds.
So
They begin to camouflage into the snow. This camouflage passes over to you. They also have a warmth about them. Feels comfortable, inviting. They move 90 feet. They increase that, getting to around 120 in 6 seconds. Now moving in a full run. The ice and the paws forming underneath them, it grabs and it pulls them along as they move, particularly suited for the environment. They never tire. The distant backdrop. You get to see the giant running as well. A slower pace. Connection is formed.
what do you think you're doing? As he's talking to his ring.
The voice penetrating through of ether. I am looking for you. There a probe within your mind, make a wisdom saving throw. You feel the probe penetrating through your mind. It knows where you are. I'm close. Sanctuary with giants. I can smell them from here.
Well, listen here, guy. I have brought down 2 worlds, and if you think I'm going to let you come in here and kill someone that I find very nice, who sparred with my little friend, you have another thing coming. I am tired of you. I have listened to you and talked to you and tried to be nice, but I know you're afraid of me, and you do not want to see what I can do with this ring that I have figured out over 2 universes. I have survived 1 attack from you. I will survive more and you will die unless you stop and go back and tell your little bitch of a master that he needs to leave us the fuck alone and back the fuck off.
Make an intimidation check. "24. Your cackle, evil voice. I am immortal. No weapon, no magic can harm me. Your words cut as if we have spoken, as if you know me from a distant past.
Oh, I do.
But I am not that one.
You're
I
right.
have
Like,
slain countless, destroyed life.
just like I have destroyed countless of you, fake immortal. You think I talk to you like this because I'm afraid? You know what went with those other universes? You. How are you immortal when you don't have a place to live?
I have a home. I have a thrall. And they will serve me for eternity.
Well, good. You keep this up, your eternity won't be very long, will it?
Count your days. See as the voice begins to dissipate, the connection is lost. See a cloud beginning to form at the backdrop. In the air, it's almost moving at a post-haste. The cloud begins to disperse. The dragon unleashes from the sky, flying downwards, nearly 500 to 600 feet at this point. The rest of you on the backs of the wolves holding on, gripping to the hair as they begin to run in a desperate attempt to camouflage as well. The dragon flies down to the giant. You can only see vivid imagery of shapes moving before the dragon takes back in flight, less than 12 seconds. There's a lump of shadow, unmoving, as the dragon takes back in flight, continues to fly north in your general direction, hovering for a brief moment, or elevating in the air, forming a cloud, camouflaging itself into the air of frost and snow that hails around. Wolves continue. For a moment, you might feel fear, witnessing a dragon take down a frost giant. Such simple manner. Didn't even stay to finish and eat it. Just killed it for sport. Left it there, tundra. Wolves don't turn the head. They don't wince. They don't move. They continue. In due time, keep your perceptions alert. Then you pass into the evergreen trees, which are thick. This large forest trees span nearly 100 to 140 feet in height. Coverings, thickets, and other brambles is enough to aid. The dragon cannot easily just come through the sky and attack you. Nor did you hear the thunderous flaps of its wings, or its breath ring out, the voice of its roar. It was silent, hiding itself on approach, most likely coming from a high vantage point to come down. Wolves are fast, even though it knows your location. For that brief moment, it could not outpace you. It knew this. It knows what it hunts, knows what it fights. Pass into the wood. Wolves do not stop. They continue moving. And into the night, you are going. There is no long rest for you this day. You'll continue to ride all the way through the night, the early hours of the morning. You're tired from the ride. You all have one level of exhaustion. Comes to combat, I'll put it on to you if you don't get another long rest before that, but for now it's just there. As you move through the Giant's Wood, continuing to pass, eventually you start seeing shadows of tall folk, giants, frost giants, a variety of clothes and of different armaments. They all wear leathers and hides, axes, spears. Some axes made to chop down trees. You hear the crashing of them. Then a large palisade wall begins to form, frozen rampart of ice and sleet and snow. You can see tall structures. Now I'm going to go ahead. Bring us onto some things here. Set the mood with some sounds first.
And when you get a chance, can you put the Giants name in chat? You kind of broke up when you said it, so I didn't quite catch it, but I want to make sure that I obviously have that.
Yeah, give me 1 second.
I tried to be intimidating.
Try to intimidate a fucking dragon,
Yeah,
sir.
that was a fair attempt, but it's a dragon.
Yeah.
Yeah, to be fair though, Pip, is Pip.
Pip is over all this shit. Yeah, I'm with you. I get it.
And he really thought the whole him killing 2 universes, having a special ring would, play up the flavor,
To be fair, we don't know that we killed 2 universes. We could have just fucked up the past and came back to where we left the present, and this is just the timeline now.
So we didn't kill it, we just fucked it up. I mean, that's
I pinned it.
Yeah.
Jorg Alderson, Giant of Jarl Gunarok, King Grimoire Ylfing of Clan Monsec. Those are, didn't tell you what the Jarl was, particularly just the king, but I put that, and then it's pinned as well. So if you actually click on the pinned, it'll cycle the pinned posts rather than the default chat. So even if it gets lost through the onslaught of certain things.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah. Make sure these
That is a
maps
hell
are-
of a name right there.
Getting the map pin established. Move your backpack icon. Left.
I mean, Brendel's ownerless. Wonder if we could get Brendel in this pack.
Here we go with Dewsums and the animals again.
Hey, somebody got my goat murdered, man.
now you want to get the wolves murdered?
I don't think your goat was murdered. I think he was just in the future.
Evaporated
Thanos
by
slapped.
fucking blue and white cackling lightning.
Pip, don't sugarcoat it for him. 100% murdered. Okay, just like I said it would be.
Okay. So you begin to come up in icy rock, kind of getting beamed by light right now. So. I swear.
Hey,
this way-
Lord.
Pay Lord be blessed. I really got to get a covering for the window, but I just haven't done it. So get this slow it down here. I'll hunch down a little bit. So as you come to the Giant's Wood, you're actually coming into a settlement, a village, a town, however you want to describe it. It is a community here of frost giants with different banners and colors of their jarls, the actual people that they represent. They have leathers and hides and a variety of these simple weapons, right? They don't actually have a whole, like, not wearing plate armor or anything by any means. But one of the things that they actually have, is a notable number of them have, is draconic bones for armor, different sorts of accents of dragon bones upon the helms and the weapons and the suits of themselves. They stand out as that, which is pretty remarkable of how much in quantity that you're actually observing. They have to have slain, if not hundreds of dragons, to be able to have this amount upon their huge-sized bodies. Through the Giant's Wood, you also notice that there are these large beehives. There's actually giant bees. They're cultivating them, harnessing their honey for their mead. They also have these small circular pitches of crops that they grow, of juniper berries and other things that are grown native within the region here. They form their Jarl communities in the settlement. They have large tents and these lodging of huts, very Viking-esque in style, core wood, leather hide, straw thatched roofs, and they're built within the Giant's Wood itself. There's a kind of two large structures, I should say. There's the Great the Great Hall, which stands on a plateau, has its own separation of a palisade wall with these large kind of wooden scaffolding towers, which you have actually just passed through, right? So you pass through that on the back of the wolves. The gates are open, they're not closed, they're just letting you kind of run in here, and giants are mucking about, moving from left to right and stuff. The Great Hall is a kind of a structure that has many different things kind of attached to it, but then that central area, and this kind of has this massive double wooden door that can be swung open and shut. Right now it's open. There's braziers kind of building up with heat and pyres, right, of fires and stuff that they have. There's chimneys that are kind of billowing smoke in a variety from different holes that are within the roofscape. And then there is a kind of arena or a coliseum. It's made from coral wood pylons, like a palisade wall that goes around. It has a loose canopy of Kent covering over top of it, very much so. There doesn't seem to be an entrance per se. It's kind of just like a kind of a barred kind of portcullis thing that could be opened and shut to let people come in and go. And it's massive, talking hundreds and hundreds of feet in how this area has been set up. So it's not, I wouldn't really call it a Coliseum arena. I'd really just call it like an area that they've sectioned off to fight it, to contain things in, and to do things. And so outside of that, there's other sorts of things like barracks and weaponries, armories and stuff, because there's a whole culture of warfaring and fighting here. There is a lodge that runs across this half-frozen river. There's a waterfall that cascades down just south of that. This is a drinking and ale lodge, right? So this is a drinking hall. This is where they have balcony scapes with multiple different tables. They have kitchens, there's plumbing, lots of things happening. Many different giants are there. Not that that doesn't happen in the Great Hall, but that is kind of a subsidiary for this culture of eating, drinking, fucking, and fighting. So, the wolves at this point, as they're kind of coming in, they stop for a moment, and they just halt themselves in the pack of giants that are moving about. A lot of these giants are turning and they're looking and they're watching, just analyzing smallings in their community. Stands out as odd. They make no attempts of attacking. Doesn't mean they treat you all as equals. So they don't treat you as a threat. The number of giants you count current from what you've seen passing to the point of that Giant's Wood into now, you count over 300 frost giants alone. This is a massive community of many Jarls that have come together for some reason. Brindle turns and looks towards you. Where to now, Smalling? We are here in Monsac, community of many.
Lord Galson told us to find the king, Grimar Yofang, to make sure that he knew he died with honor, so I suppose that should be our first stop.
The king will be at rest. It is too early.
Well then.
Is there perhaps a place you know of that may sell elixirs or potions in town here?
All ingredients for you.
You were looking for someone that can make potions.
Or a hunter that could give raw ingredients.
That would, yes, what Lance said.
As they kind of look shaking. There are many. Come, you see as they begin to ride, pushing through the inner palisade wall. Some of the wood stalls and other sorts of traders and things. Many of them selling different items of a variety of purpose. You're setting your eyes on someone that might be selling what in particular?
Either stuff for, I assume Lance would be looking for stuff for Lance to craft things, or maybe somebody that has some pre-made healing potions.
Oh, sure, we can make a couple. Let's see.
But we don't want to run you out of supplies while we're out here either.
Well, if we can find somebody to trade for their supplies, I'm sure I could make something.
I'm sure they take gold.
Right, well, let's see what we have to give. Or I could probably go find something myself. No sense in relying on them alone, but they do know the land better.
Don't
You're what?
know that wandering alone would be the best idea, but
So we only need some basic plant matter to actually create. We need bundles of thorn stems to create healing. Which I could have sworn I actually already have some.
I didn't want you to, as we're out here in the middle of,
Oh yeah, no, I'm good.
Nowhere.
I have 16 bundles of thorn stems common. Each one makes a potion.
No.
We good. We good.
Okay, well, don't worry about my last request then, Michael. I think we're good.
Okay.
I apologize for that.
Just haven't had time to actually craft anything. That's all.
Yeah, give me 1 second here. I'm trying to get the trader document up.
That
you
being
guys
said,
done broke Michael.
we do have some
I
spare
am
crafting
not
supplies.
broken. I'm
to
trying
sell.
to get we're on version 11. I'm trying to figure out how to get the trader sheet.
Uh-oh. I think Donlan's about to be insta-killed here.
No,
Good
no, no.
Thanos snapped into a.
You
green.
better hope I don't get insta killed, because right now I'm the only one that even gets along with the
No.
giants.
Oh, I was gonna say, don't even say they can take a hit. I thought you were gonna say
No.
they could take a hit.
No,
No.
All right.
no, I'm
there
the only one that gets
should
along with the giants.
there should be
Just-
a icon on this map here. Bring us over here. Should be an icon here representing the trader. You should be able to double click that icon as observer permissions. You also can go to the journal tab and find the Monsag journal. And actually is going to have a handouts provided not only for this market here, but also for a Monsag in terms of description if you want to get more information prior to speaking to anybody here in this place. The traders that are here, I've just kind of grouped them together into one document. I used to have multiple traders, but decided to just kind of throw them all into one so it's easier to kind of navigate. But they're from all walks and manners of giant life. There are those that are hunters, there's trappers, just kind of fighting into the same monstrosities. And they would deem that these materials is the most valuable to them, which is what they're selling. Some of the actual dragon materials are in short supply, so those are things are not as bountiful as much as the stuff from the beasts and things that they might hunt. And they also have certain potencies of blood. They do have potions, but potions for them are more potions that they're simplistic, some certain things that they can just heal themselves with. In addition, they also have potions to aid in their own strength, which is essentially potions of giant strength, the frost giant strength. They also have armor, white dragon scale armor. Some of the vendors are going to sell that as well. You notice that it's at a price it's very much discounted if you were to buy it straight up. And then they do have belt of frost giant strength. Those are basically frost giant belts that are prized have fought and these other things. They also have certain enchantments that they might be able to put on their weapons and other draconic weapons as well. So prices in there are what the prices they're going to sell them for from all the traders in this market, walks of life. Any questions on that?
Nothing
I'm
here.
sorry. I'm
Questions,
looking at all the
Yeah.
look at all the stuff here.
We a little broke. Oh, I
Are
guess we're
we,
not
though?
broke actually.
No, we're not. We got like 75,000 gold.
Pip kind of has a small portion of this.
Kind of
pouch.
forgot we have that much.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
forgot
I
that
was
we
gonna
had
say,
all that.
yeah.
So remember,
We got a-
gold
we
in
got a
this
bit.
world is inflated. It is scaled appropriately, so you'll find that mundane common items actually be extremely inexpensive and cheap, and then you'll have a skewed proportion towards very rare legendary being very extreme in cost.
Yeah, so whatever you guys need. I forgot we had so much money.
What are we sitting at?
It's like 50K gold and then
like-
$25,000 worth of diamonds.
Yeah, plus, you know, what you have on your inventory that none of us know
I
about.
don't-
Sir.
Plus
I don't-
anything individuals might be carrying upon their
Yeah.
persons.
I don't have as much as you guys would think I do.
I mean, I know that you have at least a 5,000 gold item or diamond.
You
You
know
have no
that.
idea what I
Donlin
have.
doesn't
Oh
know
yeah,
that.
Donlin doesn't know shit, but Donlin also doesn't give a fuck about the money. He's here for the honor.
Well, okay,
Um,
so here's a question. So with kind of OOC stuff, he's not here anyway right now, but with Lehman not with us right now, Donlin, you made plate for yourself, but do you need better armor to be the quote unquote tank of the group?
Oh, I have dark steel plate. I got it off the guard I killed.
Oh, that's right. That's right. And that's just as good or better than the white dragon scale.
No, it's slightly worse than the dragon scale, but
It'll get
it's
you by
only.
though.
I mean, it's only one
Like a
off.
1
I don't.
AC,
Yeah, I don't know that it's
Yeah.
a worth 30,000.
Okay.
I could technically use better armor now that I've been reworked, but I don't know that I want to spend 30 grand on it.
So
You
you'd
say if you
rather
were going to
wait.
spend 30 grand on me, you guys can buy me that belt.
Yeah, if I was gonna blow that money for him, that's probably what I'd buy.
Yeah.
In addition to this, spending time in the market will yield you the new recipe book called Giants of Monsac. It will actually detail how to make Poison of Jampier, which is a particular berry that they have grown here. It has interesting properties. You also will learn how to make a belt of Frost Giant Strength. In addition to making what's referred to as a dragon helm. You need to configure that one because that's not the right one. It seemed to pull in the DDB items for some of these. So I got to make sure that they're the right ones I want for you.
How bad would it be for you to make this the belt, Lance?
I'm sorry, what? How long would
You
it
said
take me
we-
to make?
Yeah, the belt of Frost Giant Strength.
We can't buy the materials for it.
You need what? Dragon blood and giant blood?
So
you need
that's one
exquisite of both.
exactly. So that's one of the things here is that there is
Oh,
a
I'm sorry, I
shorter
saw-
supply of dragon's parts.
Yeah, sorry, I saw a potion of Giant Strength. I thought it was blood.
Gotcha.
No, there is
Um,
giant's blood, but it's just common, so it's not enough to.
And if you are buying the
Yeah, let's see those
potions,
below.
this was made prior to me doing the redo of the potions. So when you buy potions, I'm just going to swap them out for the FR version, right? Basically our version of them. So I
The
did that for you.
fresh potions.
Yeah, I did that for you. Forget it. The
Fresh
fresh
potions.
potions.
Yeah,
So the dragon helm, which is actually worn by a lot of these giants that I was describing, will give you advantage against any dragon's frightful presence. You get advantage against any dragon's breath weapon, And you will, as an action, the helm can be used once per day to sense a dragon's presence within 300 miles. So we talked about what had just happened with the giant on the tundra. It was very, very similar to that. Brindle sensed and then they activated and they kind of had an idea of how close they were. It's a very vague estimation. It's not accurate by any means. It just kind of tells you that they're around in some rudimentary direction and distance. So
Well, if you guys need anything, do we all have dark vision?
I do not.
The one person who likes to sneak in the dark doesn't.
We're gonna fix that.
But you guys don't know that. As far as you
We
know, I can
don't
see
know that.
everything.
Okay.
But if
So
you
we
were to
wouldn't
ask,
fix that.
I might quietly tell you that I have a hard time seeing in the dark because of my advanced age.
Cataracts.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, cataracts. There you go.
cataracts.
There's a halo on everything. That's
Oh, well, I was gonna say they're selling some nice hides here. I think I could make something of that. A little bit of enchantment that might aid you with that. He's sizing you up. Close to the hood, perhaps. Well, that rag of yours looks a little bit more.
Yeah, or I mean, in the past I've worn something like goggles over my face as well.
It's all good for protecting your eyes from a blast.
All right, so I mean, I guess for the party here, like the only thing I'm getting out of this that might be worthwhile would be the belt of frost giant strength, right?
My vote would actually be spend $2,000, pick up 2 fine pelt of fur and hide, and make a dark vision granting item. A ring or a cloak.
well, yeah, that's cheap.
Yeah, I'd be
That's a
fine
good
with
Yeah,
start.
I was talking expensive items. I don't give a shit. Like $2,000 with what we have is like that's like an accounting error right now.
I would also. So if we're talking pure meta OOC, because Donla doesn't give a fuck, then yeah, I would say get the dark vision item, but then buy all of the pouches of dragon bone and dragon hide, and we can make 3 helms for those of you that aren't, namely just not me and Pip, because I can not be feared if I choose not to be.
For the advantages it gives you.
It gives you
But
advantage
even
on breath weapon and on
Yeah.
the fear. So it'd be
Yeah,
helpful for
but-
me for the breath weapon, but I can also just mitigate that through getting like a ring of resistance at some point later on down the road.
But even with all those, that's still like that's not even a chunk out of the bank. I mean,
It'd be 3, 6, 8. That'd be 8. So it'd be with that plus the belt, we'd be losing 40k if that's what we wanted to do.
and you said it earlier, the belt would be helpful for you.
Yeah, that's the only things that would be better for me than that would be like a fire giant's belt and then a storm giant's belt. So like that's a pretty late game item pretty early on in the game.
I mean, if we get that belt and we got one later on, we could always trade it in as well, or not trade it in, but keep it in the party and give it to somebody else.
Yeah.
So here's a question I have for the party. I still have the bracers of archery.
I don't know
So
that we sell that here.
Well, I was gonna. Okay, so you don't think a trade, like get a discount on the belt?
I
Just
mean,
hold
if
on to
they
it for
do
now.
a swapsies or something, they might. Well,
They don't really use bows. They
use
throw the
spears,
spears that he's
Oh,
conjured
yeah, good
up.
point.
So
I was
you're not
thinking
gonna
of
get anything
hunters.
for it.
Yeah, I was thinking of hunters and bows, but yeah, spears probably based on what we saw in the guy out there. Well, I don't have a problem spending for my vote. I don't have a problem spending all that plus, the belt of frost giant strength and then whatever lance and for Donlin, whatever the pelts and the pouches and sacks and all that stuff are. I don't have a problem. My vote would be go ahead and spend it while we got the chance to do it now, right?
How much do we need for a ring of resistance? Because that would probably do me better being in front of Ethrin than a helm would.
Okay.
2 fine vial of dragon blood, of which,
So that'd be another 2K.
yeah,
I mean, I say
So-
whatever I think we're probably going to come to more money. I think we got the Duke's stash here that we hadn't counted on, so I think we spend what we can to get what we need here. You know,
Yeah, I mean, so if we get the belt, we don't have to get the belt, by the way. It's a lot of fucking money for what it is.
what's your strength at
Um,
now?
20. So go
Okay.
up to a 23, so it'd give me a +1 to attack and damage, which is, I mean, that's still big
Yeah.
because it's over cap by a chunk.
Mm-hmm.
Um, yeah, I mean, I would say we do 10 grand on the stuff. Get the dark vision for Jax, who sees everything anyway.
That's right.
Get the
Cataracts.
3 helms for those that don't have the gem against the dragon, or a way to make themselves not feared, and then get me a ring of frost resist for standing in front of Etherin's big ass when we go to kill him later.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, let's go ahead and do that stuff. See where we sit with money, then we can decide on the belt. But I mean, I don't have a problem doing the belt for you on the thoughts of if you get one of the better ones later on, we can just kick that to somebody else in the party, right? So that now they have 23 strength for whatever it's worth, or we can
Pip.
try to sell it potentially for more. Yeah, Pip can get his sword back, or we can potentially just try to sell it or trade it later down the road for something else as well. You know, I mean, it's a very rare item, right? So, like
Yeah.
we could potentially just use it to barter up or barter something else. And so I would just say we buy what we need to. That would be my vote. But that's 1 out of 5. So
Yeah, I'm down.
I'm fine with
Send it.
42K.
I missed a lot of things because my kids, but I'm down.
all right, we're
That's fine
basically
because I don't think your character gets anything because you have the white stone, so you don't need it to fight Ethrin.
Do you guys know what that is, though?
I mean, we know that it made him go away, or at least some of us
Yeah,
do.
we know that you're not afraid of him.
Yeah.
Oh, Pip is actually terrified of this dragon, for the record.
Well, yeah,
Well,
but you don't let us know that, so
Yeah,
Oh, of
you
course not.
haven't portrayed it that way. So no, basically what we're talking about is just spending some money here to get some crafting components for Lance to make some stuff for the party. Night dark vision, um,
dark
helms,
vision, a ring of
and a ring of
resistance.
resistance, and then the belt of frost giant strength. This is like the best thing here for anybody in the party.
How
Cost
much money
wise,
do we actually have?
Like
75,000
grand.
gold. Yeah.
25 grand of that's in diamonds, though.
I'm sure there's a gem cutter here somewhere. So.
So-
Anyway, I think we had 3 or 4 votes to go ahead and spend the money we were looking to spend.
Yeah, so just
Yeah,
to,
Pip
just,
at this
just
point.
to put the thing in there, they will not buy your diamonds here. They do not like that.
I think we have enough without the diamonds, right?
So
Yeah, we should
Yeah.
have 50K liquid. So we should...
Yeah, Pip wouldn't.
Um,
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, we've got
Yeah, I mean, we
37 in platinum and 13 in gold, so
yeah,
wanna
so
make sure
50
they do.
total liquid, yeah.
Although I would like to say that with the belt, the frost giant, and the sword and the ring,
I'm gonna stand in front of Ethrin so you don't die.
You're getting a helm out of
That's
this.
fair.
Yeah.
No, you don't. No, you have the ring.
He has the ring. He's
Sorry, you
immune to
get
the
nothing.
he's immune to the cold.
Okay, that part
Well,
y'all don't know.
OOC, yeah.
Well, oh,
That's why I was saying OOC because I'm trying to make sure we don't blow a ton
just
of money.
waste money. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Alright, so
I would.
let's-
I mean, yeah.
let me get a list going, just to be sure.
Lance, what crafting items did you need from the bottom here, or the loot portion?
What crafting did I need for what? Sorry? A little bit quiet.
In the loot, what the pelt of fur and hide, and
Oh, yeah. So,
like, go ahead and give Michael what you need off of that, so he can do it and add it up. We basically have 50,000 gold to work with. It's liquid.
yeah. need 2 grand to get the parts that I need to make you a dark vision cloak, or whatchamacallit. Let's see what else. Comparing their shop to the crafting Excel sheet here.
Yeah.
I think it comes out close to the same or cheaper.
So if you're gonna make
Average.
if you're gonna make the dark vision, right, you're gonna need 2 times of fine pelt of fur and hide, which you could buy from the trader.
Correct.
Each one costing 1,000. So it's 2,000. Based on the DC, it's uncommon, which means the DC of 12. Passively, you might be able to reach that. If not, you'll have to roll for it.
Yeah, I think I should be able to passively craft that.
What rank are you?
I still only have basic proficiency, and let me see how many days of crafting time I have on it. I have no crafting checks with leatherworkers tools actually, so it's only been alchemist tools so far. So I have proficiency, but I've not advanced any additional ranks.
Gotcha. And what stat would we be using?
Let's see. With wood carvers to craft a or leather workers to craft a cloak. Let's see.
If you were gonna do a cloak, you'd be using dexterity based. If you're doing leather workers.
Yeah, that would be great. Yeah, because it only shows leather workers for light armor here on the Excel sheet, but I may have an outdated one.
Yeah. Well, a cloak. I mean, a cloak is technically. I think I have it listed in there. It's really the enchantment that you're working with, so you can use your alchemist because it's just an enchantment, and you can use your wisdom if you want. Your wisdom's a +4, right?
I'm happy either way with wisdom or dexterity based on leather workers versus alchemist tools.
Yeah, let's do the alchemist tools because let's treat it more like an enchantment that we're doing too, like a bare piece of cloth. So 4 + 3, 7. 7 + 5.
It's 12.
It's 12. That meets the passive DC to make it without a check. So you can pretty much do anything uncommon without rolling. It'll take about 2 hours. Okay, so
That's fair.
passively done.
Okay, so that'll be an uncommon dark vision cloak for Mr. Normal Man.
Okay.
Item of resistance. You said they're running short on dragon-related items. So do they actually have vials of fine dragon's blood for sale?
Down there at the bottom.
Yep, they do. They have 10 of them.
Okay, I wasn't sure if they were actually there or if I'm not allowed to purchase those yet.
No, they're there. You can actually buy from that journal as well. You can actually buy journal.
Yeah, but I don't have the gold in my
Yeah,
sheet. So
I figured. Yeah, which we'll do. We'll just do it manually at that point.
that works. So then, as far as resistance, it can be a armor, ring, or cloak. So, I mean, a cloak is probably still the same crafting check, so that should be uncommon and doable if you're okay with the cloak. If you want armor or ring, my smith's tools with strength is not quite up to par. I might not be able to passively craft that.
Yeah, no, it can go on a cloak.
Cool.
Any smithing thing I can do because I have expertise, and if we're buying the belt, then that gives me another +1 to the check. So
Yeah.
that
So-
just puts me at like a passive 19.
So
Well, you're already wearing your dark steel armor, so probably a ring or
Yeah.
a cloak.
yeah, so to make sure that we understand, all of the common enchantments on table 2.a are alchemist tools, regardless of what you're putting them on, because what you're doing is you're just enchanting something that already exists.
That makes total sense.
Yeah,
Okay.
you're not
I
making
was
the
looking-
ring, you're not making the cloak. You're just taking something very common, minute, even a band of wood, right, as the ring, and you're just putting the enchantment onto it because it's really the alchemy of enchant. You're actually enchanting that. That's what you were doing.
Got it. I was looking like cross-referencing the crafting tools in downtime table 1A.
Yeah, I saw you were. Yeah, I see your eyes flipping back. All you need to know is that the table 2.a, that's all alchemist tools because they're all just enchantments. Those are common enchantments. Everyone knows how to do them. So You're going to be making a resistance to what are you enchanting? Like what, an armor, ring, or cloak?
Can you apply it to the dark steel armor? Is that like
You can. Dark steel is a
versus
material.
enchantment?
Yeah, so but the materials can be enchanted.
Yeah. So you want to make that armor fancy?
Yeah, we can.
Cool. Yeah. So we'll do that. We'll make your armor frost resistance, I presume.
Yes, because I'm assuming going to go kill Ethan because he's a dick and he just killed my friend.
And my friend.
True. Okay, so that's $4,000 down.
Okay.
Can we? They have bundle of thorn stems common for sale. Can we trade those up to higher rarities if we want to make better potions of healing?
That's correct. The conversion table is on the materials tab, but the spreadsheet table 2.c goes through that you can trade 10 common to 1 fine, 100 common to 1 exquisite, 500 common to 1 exalted.
Cool.
But they do have 5 graders for 350 gold. So if we were
Yeah.
going to do that, it's going to be cheaper to just buy them.
Yeah. That's true. And I already have some commons, or some thorn stems for
Yeah.
sale already.
I mean, if you were going to buy, like, you said you had, what, 16? If you were going to buy 4 more to get yourself 2 graders instead, I'd be okay with that. But
Yeah, and then last but not least,
we need 1 fine bone and 1 fine hide, which would be the 10 of the common. So we could buy all 30 of those, which would be $6,000, and make 3 helms and figure out who gets them.
I would like to actually, need help from a translator here, to ask if these guys have or know of any mines or sources of metal. I'm not sure if they do because it seems like they do everything in Dragonbone rather than any.
If you're asking for sources of metal beyond iron and steel, they would refer you to Kolvog the Forager, a mystical forager that is essentially how they would reference them is someone that is born from Thrym themselves. It's an ancient bloodline passed down. It's lived thousands of years. It's across the frozen river.
That'd be someone worth visiting. Basically, I'm actually a little bit short. I was thinking the fine demonic eyes we got from the things we killed in Duke Aurelio's manor, get some fine metal scrap and get a item for making devil sight or true sight. But I'm a bit short on supplies for that, so that may have to
Yeah, I mean, we can always buy that when we get to Athema too,
be. Yeah.
because that's where all the iron and stuff was headed.
And then last but not least, DM, we said that from my poisoner feat, we could use common thorn stems to craft those poisons, correct?
Maybe? I think we said.
It might have been a thing in our DMs. Let me check that real fast.
You have some in your inventory.
Oh yeah, it's in our DMs. You say that 2 common heap of matter to make it generic and unobtainable or obtainable.
Okay, so just 2 matter for it?
Yeah.
There's 2 of whatever material.
Yeah, that works. So, okay, I'll deal with that crafting as well. Probably from my own stash of stuff.
Yeah, you can just delete and then change the quantity of the poison. You can do it passively. You don't need to roll anything. So,
Cool.
And you can count each one that you do as a craft as well. So.
Yeah.
Does that mean you do need more common stems?
I think I can find more of that on the road more easily than most other materials. mean, plant matter isn't necessarily as difficult to come across as, say, demonic eyes.
That depends entirely on where you spend your evenings.
I mean, if you find me the demon, I'll stab them in the eyes. I'll take their eyes from them.
Where the fuck are you taking your holidays, holy man?
Said anything about holidays.
He's trying to convert the unholy, you know? Power be to Paylor and all that stupid shit.
Point being, wish not, want not. So, if there's anything of remote value, please let me see it before we pass it on.
Yeah, no, I cut, you take.
It's a shame. Really looking forward to getting something from that. Remember, I something killed. Oh, well. That'll conclude my shopping. So we got the dark vision cloak for Jax, the frost resistance armor for Don blanket. And I will craft some stuff for my own supplies for the poisons that I want.
And then yeah, we'll do the pouches and the sacks, unless anyone doesn't want a helm for some reason.
No preference either way.
Well, we can just give your helm to Pip then.
That works. You can have two hats.
I will probably need you to help me with the craft for those, because I don't think my DC is high enough, because I'm not apprentice or anything in that yet. Because I think the helms are what, rare, right?
Yeah.
Bish.
It is a bit pricier, yeah. Take a little bit more craft.
Yeah, my passive's only, what is that? 6 plus 5 plus 5, 16, so I'm like 2 off.
All right. Right now, I'm doing the cloak, and I'm gonna do the armor, and then you said you're gonna do stuff for helms. Is that what you said, Donald?
Yeah, I'll do 3 helms, so I'll have to roll for them. So I was hoping that Lance, since you have proficiency in smith tools, right?
Yeah, I do.
I was hoping he could help.
What kind of good dwarf doesn't know how to work a forge?
He could assist me. So I guess that means we are going to have to go to Kolvox, because he's going to have the
forge.
And Pip, you're the one getting the cloak, right?
The dark vision cloak?
That's Jax.
Jax is
No.
getting the dark. But you're
He's
half
getting
elf.
nothing.
Like, he's the only one that doesn't have dark vision.
Yeah, Jax is the only one.
I'm fine. I'm fine.
Pip, you're going to get revenge for the universe that was destroyed. That's what you're going to get.
All right, cloak is in inventory. Adjusted your stat block or your token block for the vision, and then you want to make 3 dragon helms.
Did anyone actually try to haggle these prices down?
No sense.
They could squish us if things go sideways. No, I'm not haggling with giants.
You guys are no fun.
No, I just value my life.
I could have got us at least probably 50 gold off all this stuff each.
All right, so you're purchasing 6,000 gold pieces total for the materials of fine.
Yeah.
And you said you need to roll, or are you going to try to have...
Yeah, I'll have to roll for it.
Okay.
But if Lance assists me, that gives me advantage, right? Because he's got proficiency as well.
That's correct. If you have proficiency with the tool, then you can help with the craft. Just note that each of these is going to take 2 hours. So we might have to, if you're
Day downtime.
yeah, this will take a day. And you're in the two crafts from the cloak and the resistance will take that will take 4 hours total. So right now I'm going to advance the time clock by 4 hours.
Yeah, that's fine.
And no, honey.
We could honestly probably go to Kolvog because after hearing that he was born of Thrym, I would probably go to pay my respect anyway. While we wait on the king to wake up. Fucking who sleeps in on a goddamn Wednesday?
Well, he was probably drinking and fucking all night.
So I'm going to advance the time clock by 4 hours now. So we're going to come to about 9 o'clock-ish after the crafts have been done. Trying to find a place for your alchemy tools. There's definitely public tables and benches here to just kind of lay out stuff and begin your enchantments. Pretty common here just to have them done. And adorning the armor and the cloak, right? Get those magical properties about yourself. You doing the poisoner kind of the consumables, that's just at your leisure, right? Just assume you're doing that kind of throughout the day, rest of the day, or perhaps when you come to tonight, right? You might take some time to do that.
Yeah.
Now, the actual helms, right? If you're going to go through the checks to make that happen, you have to do those 2 hours together, right? So now we're kind of coming after the 4 hours. Do you all want to take that 6 hours with both of you doing that? You'll have to find a place to be able to do that, and then that'll take a majority of time. At this point, right, Brindle and the pack have been with you. They've been kind of monitoring and just kind of shifting around. Not necessarily that they couldn't go off and do other things, but they have no one to serve. And they serve themselves now in a way. And they're noting that you all wanted to speak to the king based on the instructions of their late master. And so they want to uphold that as an honorable oath to themselves. And so it's a point now we've kind of come to a reasonable time that the king most likely is presentable and ready to be seen. And so we could take a break from the crafting and just, see the king, go through that. And then from after that point, maybe get to the helms. So depends what you all want to do. Just laying out options.
No, I think that makes the most sense because, yeah, I know Kolvog is going to take a little while, especially if he's born of Thrym. I obviously have to pay some respects and honor and all that other fun jazz before we use his forge.
Okay. So go ahead and whoever reduce 4,000 gold pieces for the materials of the cloak and the resistance. And then we'll come to reducing gold for the helms and all of that. So for now,
we're taking it all. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go for it.
I think we're taking it all out of the party fund. So what was the total?
We've only taken 4,000 yet.
Just 4,000. Just reduced by 4,000 because that's what's been done.
Okay.
Things might change. We'll see.
Yeah.
All right. So does anybody have any questions or anything? Everyone good? Okay.
Good.
So before we go into the Great Hall and we speak to the king, we're going to go ahead and take a break. It's a good time for it. We're going to take a 10-minute break here. If you're watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. We'll come back at about 7:11 p.m. PDT, and hopefully you join us when we get back. So thank you. Bye.
Miss you already, chat.
All right, welcome back. Thank you so much for continuing to watch us. Really appreciate it. So we're still at the Giants Wood Market, if you will, here in Monsang. We are buying, going through the goods. We've gone through a couple crafts. We're feeling fantastic and a community that seems to be alive, also has a wealth of things potentially you can buy. But we're also foreigners. We're also extremely small. So we're like kind of not wanting to get stepped on. We're having, Brindle and the pack helping kind of move us around, if you will. And what's strange, I think canonically, is that most frost giants are evil. And so these giants are not. Or neutral. They're actually trading with you. And they're taking your coin. So then you're getting on back Brindle, back of the pack, and you begin to ride for the Great Hall.
I got a
So-
rockin' bard playing.
Yeah,
All right.
that's-
The Great Hall.
Dilute doth shred.
The Great Hall stands with its double-wooden doors open, reinforced with slight bits of metal, draconic-like handles. It's very much a giant's kind of head as it comes to this wrought iron handle, and then there is kind of a morph into the face of a giant, potentially to a depiction of Thrym, their deity. Stands out with a skullish head protruding the same manner as themselves, and a great beard as it bushels and comes down. The Great Hall stands with open rafters, solid core wooden frames, stone tiling, and bits of pieces of wood every so often. It is a hodgepodge of different materials this has been put together. One thing that unites them is the banners of many jarls draped through, and the trophies held of numerous monstrosities and dragons. Bonework, decorated like mantelpieces atop of the fireplace, are adorned in the rafters as they dangle down, also from the core pillars and from the rock wall pillars that span this entire area. Great Hall is nearly 1,000 feet west to east, 800 feet from north to south. It is a massive superstructure in comparison to most things held outside of this place. As you stand looking from left to right, it is more of the same. The market that was outside is just continuing inside. But there is more festivities, dining. There's actually pyres built inside, roaring flames with large spits of monstrosity creatures. Jarls drink, enjoy themselves. Others fight, battle. They're dueling, practicing inside of this area that is open. The wolves, as they ride, they're sticking through the legs of the giants as they move around. They're being mindful of where they step. They're also staying away from areas where there might be more things, like structurally, in terms of fireplaces or ovens or fire pits, those sort of things. They're just kind of staying away from those areas. Maybe keeping to lanes, right? Paths that would be more traveled by the giants as they come through, because there's no real notable road in here. It's just kind of a mixture of things. And you come to almost the center point of the Great Hall, open air, the openness of the Great Hall. And from here you see a roaring pit of lava as it bubbles in a sunken den-like area. There are large banquet tables that are pitched here for drinking. This is the drinking section of the Great Hall, if you will, and also of the throne chamber. There is a balcony pitched over that landing. Not very tall, but the same elevation as the rest of it. You now come as the wolves begin to lower you down. One by one, they begin to kind of move and disperse themselves. The giants are turning around, looking, drinking. These of all the same banner and color. They have reddish to blues in the way that they're draped with the colorations of their war paint. And they all have prized draconic armor and helms, as well as draconic weapons. They hold themselves with large horns of dragons filled with mead. Massive tankards are nearby. Servants move about, giving food and other things to them. And one sitting on a large stone throne. Not bejeweled. It's impregnated by many different draconic teeth, held in bits into the stone. The stone is of that of the floor, which has been tiled. This in particular seems to be more humus and volcanic in terms of nature, hence the lava pit that stands in front of you. It bubbles and moves. It gives heat. The giant that sits on the throne, after freshly talking with a few delegations of statecraft, you will call it that, is about 5 to 8 feet taller than your average frost giant. They are adorned in ancient, glimmering white draconic scale armor, with jeweled and accents of a variety. They wear the matching helm upon the head, much of which is similar to the others. This one is just simply cased in gold and silver. They have a large great axe, a lucid gem in the hilt. They have also the same glowing blue eyes as that of the wolves, and the actual veins of their face and forearms bore through the richness of their draconic armor and the furs to give accents to is blue and glows slightly as if they are a magical creature. You see as crowd around you is continuing to eat, drink, but they all pause, slowing down some certain things. Wolf that stays with you is Brindle. Brindle begins to speak in Giant. After approaching on your left-hand side, as you all begin to line up, the king also stands. Great King, Grimar Yilfing, I am Brindle, servant of Jorgal the Sin. These smallings have a story to tell you. They look towards you and begin to speak common. You may proceed.
I'm going to step forward and I'm going to say my little prayer to Thrym about using his power as I do my giant's might, giving a slight bow. We wanted to let you know that Jorgaldison died honorably fighting Ethrin, whom we now intend to slay. I'm just going to kind of look back to the party to see if anyone has any issues with that. We come here hoping to, well, I hope to gain honor for Thrym and was hoping to use Storvald as a place to train while we figure out our next plan of attack.
The king, standing, looks from left to right. I do not know this Jorgald.
He is a
looks back to you. Speak.
He is a giant of Jarl Gunnarok.
Shakes the head. And did they die with honor?
They did.
To the great hall of Thrym they will go, where they will live their true life. Smallings is not a common place for you to be here in Monsag. I find it peculiar. Why were you in the valley to begin with?
That is quite a story. Our history of events goes quite differently than it seems to have happened here. Our boat was sunk by the great elder red worm. We were able to escape, fleeing into the Frosthorn, where we were stranded in High Rock for, I believe, a week. Before our caravan was ambushed by the giant creature. I believe I saw some of you eating some of them. The big slug-like creature or centipede creature, however you.
Common
Anyway.
tongue. A remorer. A remorax.
Yes, a Remoraz. Uh, on doing so, we interacted with some magic in the lake that transported us. And I'm gonna look kind of at Kanan, make sure that I recall some of this. Uh, somewhere down south towards the bay, um, it seemed as if it was a different time. They may know better. I'm not familiar with the arcane. Um, where we fought some Palor believers, and then that entire reality was presumably shattered by this blue and white cackling lightning. Similar but different to the purple and pink cackling lightning that has been seen on the dragons.
And who taught you to wield giant's magic?
I was a slave for Clan Warsog. They put me to work as entertainment. I figured it was easier than working in the mine. And I had a ward, Zilkalos, who taught me the ways and the honor of Thrym, and how once upon a time Clan Warsog was not what it is today.
Clan Warsog is not. They are comprised with blasphemers, traitors to giant kind kin. You have done well to rid yourself of their company and release yourself from their servitude of your servant. I do need to speak plainly. You have come here in a troubled time for my people. The dragon, Ithrin, has many in their thrall, and they would be wise to send these to know more about my people. You tell a tale, much of which I do not understand nor believe. What can you give me that can speak to your true intentions? What do you have to offer?
I do not have much except for my honor for Thrym that I can offer in the way of proof. However, those that are in the thrall of Ithrin, we ran into them, the half giants with the emblem, and I'll describe the emblem with the white and the dragon wing and all that fun stuff. And we slayed many of them prior to the incident in the lake. So I know this thrall of which you speak of, however, none of us carry that emblem.
That is all you have.
Anyone else got any proof of who we are?
Just kind of just looks around, looks at his ring.
I mean, you have a dragon slaying sword. Sure, that
Oh.
would prove some intention.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and pull out the Bane of Barrythune then and hold it in my hand. From my understanding, this is the very weapon that slayed Barrythune. And as I said, we intend to use this to kill Ether.
Brindle, you and your pack will be charged to guard them. Not let them from your sight. You will take them to Kolvog the Forger. They will know more about this weapon. If it is true to be such powerful, slaying as weapon as it is, then there will be some honesty to your truth.
We'll give a head bow. And we shall head straight there.
As the king sits down to the throne, looks from left to right. Keep drinking! The other giants turn around, keep to themselves. The voices begin to pick up. Wolves begin to come out, prompting you to mount them once more.
Seemed rather moody.
Uh,
Suppose it is
no
early in the
nonsense
morning.
guys.
I mean, we did also just come out of nowhere and tell them that we're going to slay the dragon. They can't be hit.
You did sell it a bit thick.
Yeah, so I mean, you went with the full truth. I didn't think
We
we
don't
went
like
full
the
truth.
dragon.
As you mount on to Brindle in the pack, begin to leave the celebrations and the festivities and the events of the Great Hall, begin to come outwards back into the village, with the howl of the wind pressing through and the snow bleeding down. You then begin to make way, crossing through Nimsong, this elongated ale house, this bridge of sorts. Many different frost giants at the round tables and long benches, drinking, enjoying merry. Cross over a large rope bridge that is massive in size to accommodate the giants as they would go across this bridge. Kitchens and large furnaces and these heats of ovens, cellar dwellings on the south end of the structure, fit into deep within the earth, provide supplies and storage over long periods. You then make way north in direction Kolvog's Forge. The leather and hide roof stands. Structure is about 40 feet in height. Much of the siding, rock wall, and stone as it works itself up. Windows to help ventilate. It's more or less an open frame to accommodate the forge and the equipment underneath. You can hear the loud ting every so often from a smith inside. The wolves allow you to dismount, and then you begin to press in the entrance on the southeastern side. An opening, semi-arched through the frame. Snow cleared out, rock, stone lie underneath. A great forge, spits, lava, a well, brings magma from deep within the earth. It's rune covered with these giant runes all about the stone and the framework as it works itself up. It's large radius, massive. There's a supporting kiln, aid, smaller forge, the northwest side of the structure, and tools dangle from the open wooden rafters of a variety. A long workbench, the north side, sits open. No blueprints, nothing, it seems, beyond just this plume of blue dust and powder filled into these mason-like jars bellied of clay covered with tan cloth. The anvil sits to the right, the lava forge, cased in giant runes themselves. And the blade of an axe sits upon it, as a slender, muscular giant wielding two large hammers, covered in very little besides a kilt, scars of hot ash scattering the body. They are covered in runes as well, tattooed much across the majority of their body. And their eyes glow blue, and the veins blue, similar to the king. They strike the axe, one after the other, in simultaneous fashion, the left and the right hand. Metal does not move of the blade as they strike. It's continued to pound on it. Then, after a brief moment, they pull the hammers together, reforming into a single large maul as they morph, as the metal comes together strangely. Take a tong, grabbing the metallic axe blade, sticking it into the lava to heat. Then back to work they go.
Sir,
Turn around, the noise of Sir, slowly. They form the two back into the maul after hammering away. They stomp it into the ground, and they stare down at you. I am no Sir.
I mean, my understanding is you're born at Thrym, so well, two things. One, I want to pay honor, respect. The other thing, I'm gonna pull off the Bane of Buried Thune. The king sent us here to have you verify the authenticity of the blade that I wield. Seeing as how it is the Bane of Buried Thune, and it killed Buried Thune, and I want to use it to kill Ethrin.
See them hold a finger up. Quiet. It has been many moons since I have seen Smalling. I am Korvok the Forger. Welcome to my domain. And you all are.
I'm Donlin. I'll let everyone else introduce themselves.
Nice. Pleasure to meet you. Nice forge.
Jax.
Yep.
I am called Kanan.
You dropped the confessor.
Not really applicable. It follows a different deity.
That's fair.
Well met. You wish me to take charge of a weapon and to gauge its steel and metal.
Yeah, just to prove we weren't lying to the king. I guess Smallings don't come around here very much.
No,
You guys are better than the Warsaw Plague. You guys don't have slaves.
what do you know, bland Warsaw, Donlin?
I was a slave there. Uh, Fought in their coliseum for their entertainment. It's also where I learned how to use the runes of giants, and where I learned about Thrym. As I said, part of the reason why I wanted to come honor you, because I heard you were born at Thrym. The whole like thing.
I am born of Thrym. I am a creature that has lived thousands of years to make weapons, to slay dragons. My ancient bloodline is everlasting. Your honor to Thrym comes at the backs of others that you have served, and yet you have served willing. Is this so?
Yeah, that would be the case. He kept me alive. If it wasn't for his power and his gifts, I would probably not be here.
Then you are most devoted, Smalling. For I know others in the course of my life that have done much less and lost much more. Bring your blade forward to me.
We'll go ahead and give him the bane.
See them kneel down, placing the large palm against the floor, allowing you to set the blade upon the palm. As you do that, you see the eyes beginning to glow and some of the runes on their skin beginning to glow as well. The blade begins to hover in their palms. They stand up, similar to telekinesis of the metal. As they do that, they begin to move the blade, hovering in the air, placing it upon the anvil, which magically shrinks in size to the size of the blade. They grab the hammer. They do that, they take the hammer and they crash it down to the blade, but simply place it upon it. Invigorating magic through the hammer into the blade. More runes begin to glow upon them, and only a brief moment is taken before they lift the hammer up, hover the blade back to you. It's within your possession. Standing tall, they look towards you. Your weapon was forged with the blood of 2 dragons. In a forge made of lava from a draconic layer. Much magic has been placed into this weapon to unleash vengeance upon dragons. For inside it contains the many spirits and souls that cry out for vengeance against dragons that have slain. Echoes called upon the cosmos to wreak havoc against creatures mightier than most. Your blade contains the blood of a known great elder called Berry-Thu, and another known as Askuk. They are forefathers to that of Erithud and Hor. Sees the wolf lingers behind Brindle, hearing every word. It is a weapon that is more powerful than the likes of which I can create. It only assumes the appearance of a blade. Is this enough?
Look at the wolf.
Yeah, I think we can relay that to the king.
Then we are done. Yes?
I had one more question for you.
And then
We
I
were
have
hoping-
one after him.
Yeah, we may all have questions. I'm gonna look at Lance. We were hoping to make some dragon helms, and there's not exactly a lot of forges around here. I was wondering if we could maybe work here for the next few hours.
You wish to work at my forge?
And the forge is very nice, yes.
What
If you doubt.
reputation do you have as smiths?
Uh, not very much, except for I'll show him the fire rune that kind of enhances my smith ability. I learned this rune to keep up and maintain my weapons, as they are a lifeline in battle.
Do not
Um,
ask of what giant's magic enhances your smith. I ask for what weapons or arms you have made that prove your reputation as smiths.
I don't think I actually have anything with me that I've made. That's unfortunate.
Everything I've done is alchemical, so I have no smith weapons upon me.
Yeah, and the plate armor I made, I gave to Unlucky. I actually don't have anything on me, so I apologize for the intrusion.
There is no intrusion. Your honesty is most desired. There is not many giant kin or folk that would come to my forge and request to use. They dare not offend. But I have lived long. I have seen much. You may return to my forge. They turn around, they continue to work.
Oh, excuse me, sir. Or not, sir.
Yes.
One more thing.
One more
Um,
question.
Being as you lived a very long time and seem to know much, I know it's not exactly forgery per se, but what's your knowledge on like gems and stuff? He kind of holds up his ring. Like, you know, this thing seems to have some type of power against dragons. Would you happen to know how or what it is?
My gifts are in the understanding of metal and any magical properties that pertain to dragons. Give it here.
Okay.
Kneel down, hovering the ring, they do the same thing. Placing it on. Shrinks down to minute size. Take the hammer, gently placing it on, not to strike. The eyes and the runes begin to glow. Pull the hammer back, hovering it, they place it. You have in your possession something more powerful than the weapon. Something that presents as a sword. How peculiar. You know what you have, small.
I know it's somehow connected to our enemy that we wish dead. I don't want him to do the honor of saying his name.
You wish to put to death Ithrin.
Of course.
Slaying a dragon is no easy feat, and to slay this dragon is even worse, as they are unable to be struck with any weapon I have created. What you have in your possession, Small, is what is foretold as the essence of dragon. But yet it is not complete, and it is shielded from much of my power. Glimpses I can feel from it is that it is strongly connected, much in the same way that that weapon steals the blood of dragon. Yours contains the essence of a dragon within.
You said it's not complete?
It is not. It hungers for more. It hungers to be complete. It's like an axe, a blade. It needs a handle to swing.
And you think once he gets that, it could take out Ithrin?
I do not know the answer to that question. But it has been told that the essence of dragons bent the wills of dragons by Prime Elemental.
So I could potentially control Ithrin?
Like Prime Elementals, it is possible. They were powerful creatures. Wealths, pools of power, magic. Can you, Swadling, hold that power? I do not know.
That makes two of us.
Why do you have something so powerful in your possession?
It was given to me when I came upon this land.
Who gave it to you?
That is a good question. I did not get his name. He was kind of like I don't know, there's just like that purple and pink lightning, and then next thing I know, someone is there with a beard, and I mean, he looked human.
I know much. To the arcane is not my talents. Fortune. My magic is but a weave, focused on purpose and intent of what you see. I know. More about the essence of dragons, if you wish to hear it.
Yes.
That'd be
How
good.
how do we get it stronger? I mean, I found other stones similar, and I just happened to come my way by luck. Maybe a little bit of skill, but I don't know much about this.
I only know that the essence of dragons is a one-piece item. I do not know it to be multiple, so I do not know what it is you refer to. Prime Elementals use the essence of dragons to infuse them with their power, Prime Elemental planes. One dragon turned into many titans. This atrocity is what Thrym bore us giants for. To slay dragons of a variety. The essence of dragons were used not only to mutate them, but also to grow them, to heal them, and enslave them. But with limitless power comes, eventually, loss of control. For the dragons grew far greater than the prime elementals could control.
So taking him as a slave would probably not be a good idea for my long-term health.
I have spoken. I have told you what I know.
And I appreciate it greatly. Definitely gave me more knowledge about this than I ever dreamt of. Well, thank you.
You are welcome, and I will see you when you come to my forge. Go with the blessings of Thrym, and the honor above all. Rat turns around and continues to work.
Alright, so I guess we'll go back to the Great Hall and tell the king. You get all that, Brindle?
I did.
Cool.
Are we return now?
Might as well.
Let us go. So as you're returning back into the Great Hall, just going to go ahead and cycle ourselves back here. Advance the time clock a little bit more. It's been a little bit of time. Our travel in this community, everything's very spaced out. Trying to get a portrait token of this guy. Saving it. Oh, okay. Sorry. We'll drop that one. I had an actual portrait token for it, but it isn't loading. So sad. All right. So as you turn back to the Great Hall, you are met again to the central area. The king itself is currently eating food. Back end of large banquet table with numerous pieces of parchments of maps and papers. There's another that stands nearby. Baldish head, draped with braided of beard flowing down, has a large crest of a dragon's head for a pauldron on the left side, and then naked in the torso down to a kilt coming through the bottom end. They are void of war paint. They have numerous scars across their body, and they're just kind of pointing at certain maps and different things. And you notice this then the king kind of way and almost moves them away, and they just take a step kind of around to the edge of the table. The other one on the other side has a trio of dragon horns to its helm, so multiple horns this time instead of a couple of them. They have a large amount of draconic kind of bones, teeth, and things as amulets, as well as that upon the gauntlets formed of the bicep region. They are outfitted with similar in terms of weaponry, but just stands out in terms of colors to be someone of great wealth They're also older looking. They have an eye patch across one of their eyes. The king then steps over the table, pushes past the throne, stops and stares. Brindle then lowers the head down and just begins to go through with some of the information that Kolvog had stated. The king then sits down upon the throne. Now we have proved your worth, and we have proved your intent. To bear a weapon such as that means you have come. What can you tell me about the slaying of Ithrin? When will it be done?
Pip, when do you want to kill your friend?
You're gonna what?
So when do you want to kill your friend?
Did he get the information about my ring too?
No, just the weapon. Didn't say anything about the ring.
With a little, we might need a little bit more training. We are not going to. We don't want to belittle the might that he has, and we don't want to come up short. When we hit him, we want to hit him once and for all, and not dishonor anybody in the meantime. He looks back to Donlin. What do you think?
How? When that? Hey, King, have you seen a little white stone?
Oh, yeah, good point. Do you guys have anything that looks like this anywhere? He holds up his ring.
Looks towards the ring. Come closer.
I
Have fun. Don't get stepped on.
don't know if I can actually go.
Oh, I got an error there.
Let me just kind of get this close. He just holds up the ring.
Looks down upon it. I have not seen something like that before.
Bummer. It's just been... No, it's back. Do you happen to know of any places of high magic or anything that we might be able to find something similar?
No.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
Every magical weapon, armor, been forged by Kolvog the Forger. Or of their own metal, their own steel. Our kind raids for treasures, spoil of war. But we may not see spring or summer raids because of Ithrin. Our kind is hunted by Javarig's spawn. Ithrin seeks to slay her for what we had done to them and their ancestors. Normally, this would be of no consequence. We would put another dragon to the cold, frozen earth. But this dragon cannot be harmed. We have used every weapon possible. Nothing has any effect, nor our giant's magic to bring it down. We have tried trapping it, ambush. The dragon has proved cunning and escaped. But the sheer numbers we are at Monsag is the only reason it dare not attack us here. We could imprison it for eternity. We have to. A weapon that you
Well-
have. This dragon slaying weapon. This must be the answer to slay this dragon.
Pip just looks at Dolan. You hear that, buddy?
And that ring, that stone. Tell me more.
Apparently it contains dragon essence, and eventually, with it full power, I can potentially control him.
Control
Yep.
the dragon. For what purpose would you control the dragon?
Well, I could control him to either let us kill him or give him to you guys in prison forever, or apparently him being my pet is a bad idea because it might corrupt me and kill me later on, so I don't plan on doing that one. Although it would be cool.
See as the king raises, begins to motion from left to right. Giants are looking. The crowd grows silent. Laughter and cheers as many giants throughout the great hall beginning to look around as the king begins to motion for them to silence themselves. You Smallings do not know much about our ways or traditions. I challenge you for the sword and the ring in battle. With it I will slay Ithrin and spare my people.
Sir, Your Highness, I don't doubt your ability to do that. In fact, I know you could do that. The problem is, I think the ring is kind of tailored to myself. Unfortunately, I don't know how much it would help in anybody's hands other than mine. Unfortunately.
What did Balroggar call it? The chosen ones?
Okay, now you just make it sound cocky.
Look, I'm just saying. That's what everyone says. That's the name everyone uses. The chosen ones. I
What
don't know
are the
fuck it means.
chosen ones?
I don't know. That's just what everyone kept fucking calling us in the other fucking place.
I do not know what this means. A fight will be held in Storvald tomorrow at midday. You have time to prepare yourselves. If you do not show up, then you are not allowed in Monsag any further.
Kanan's just going to look at it and go, we are well on the way to becoming very close friends. This challenge seems rather unneighborly for two great associates.
Okay, you're gonna be within 10 feet to use that. Are you gonna walk up?
Okay, yeah, I'll step up.
Alright.
I guess gingerly around the fire.
Damn. Go.
I never noticed the range on that before.
It's the range. There's always a range.
Gotta have a balance, sir.
What's your DC?
15.
Succeeds with a 23. looks towards you to activate your beguiling control. Eyes begin to stare. The king looks towards you, staring as well, shaking the head from left to right, snaps the eyes. Make a persuasion check.
Oh, let's go.
So, as an action, you make a persuasion check and test by the creature's charisma saving throw. So, no DC needed, but I added that for flair. Anticipation. So, as you make the check with a natural 20, the eyes then stare back at you and feel some sort of beguile and control over some emotions. See them relax, sitting down to the throne from standing. Continue.
Propose is that with our newfound friendship, if we are to undertake this endeavor to slay this dragon that is your mortal enemy, that we form something of an alliance, work together as true friends and comrades. And then we shall all share in the glory of your thrill.
An alliance, the likes of you. Then it is to be done. An alliance with what is your names? Is there a clan you go by?
We are rather newly formed. We have no such nomination at the moment.
Then you should find
World
one.
destroyers.
What?
So world destroyers.
Uh,
That lives up to the name.
yeah. That may not go well when we introduce ourselves to people.
Then you should
First
find
words.
one. But now give me a name.
Open to suggestions.
Call ourselves the Bane of Ethrin. Really get them hyped up.
Damn, that's some big shoes to fill, but also a bit cocky that we call ourselves that before we've done the deal.
The Thorn of Damadou? The Damadar?
That we're
Perhaps
going
what
with?
about just the
Just-
thorns, since we seem to be vexing to just about everyone we meet?
I like it. We're prickly.
Hmm.
How about the curse of Friday afternoon?
Right.
The wilted roses. There we go.
The
cursed
Funny,
ones?
because
The cursed one.
I was going with the unwanted, so
The unwanted.
the curse of
Jesus.
Friday afternoon night.
That makes me cry.
We are called Nobody Loves Us.
Nobody loves us. Nobody loves us. All right.
The Nobodies?
So is it the nobodies? What is it? The curse? What is it? What we got? Got to pick one.
Hey, you're
pick
the one doing the
pick
talking.
one,
Choose
Go.
one.
1, 2, 3, go.
We go the thorns.
The thorns.
Thorns
The
runs.
thorns. Hear me, giants of Monsag. I am your king. And with my voice and my power comes a pact, an alliance between the Thorns and Clan Monsag to slay Javarig's last spawn, Ethrin. Let us feast this night, for the alliance has been made. See them
Yeah.
motion from left and right. The giants cheers, raising up, and they begin to continue their banquet before giving off a volley of cheer. If I can get to it, things are not loaded. Here we get a cool. There you go. Yeah. These king sitting down on the throne. relaxing themselves. I will ensure settings are made for you, things you can eat with, and you will be dined on the food of my people, drinking from the horns of dragons, and of mead powerful enough. Well, snickers a little bit. Strong enough to remove any hair upon your bodies.
Ah, yes, I love Winterclear.
I have
Call that a free
more
waxing.
to do on this day, delegation. Let me introduce you to someone that is quite honorable and someone of good information for you. Begins to motion for one of the giants who steps forward. This is Heldu. They are known to my people as a Sakar, a master of arms. They are put in service to me, and they are responsible for ensuring every giant is with a weapon and with armor. They are in charge of Storval. If you are wishing to fight, practice, to test your mettle against dragons, Thrall, Ithrin, you need to but ask Heldu, and they will make it happen. Sees Heldoon, looks, bows the head. I am glad an agreement has been made. Perhaps I will see you at Storvald this day. My king, I must leave. Thank you. Takes the map and begins to fold it, holding it underneath their elbow. Then begins to walk over top of it, trudging forward. Depart. Enjoy your stay within Monsac. We will see each other tonight.
I look forward to your hospitality, kid.
And I to you. Stares into your eyes longingly.
In regards to our new alliance, as we are to be fighting Ithrin, could you in any way provide some supplies for us? You did mention your master at arms would have weapons and armor. Is that who we should see about those?
You may see
sorts of
Heldu
things?
if you are in need of weapons and armor. However, I do not know what is more powerful, the weapon and the ring that you already carry. But Heldu may find something of more worth to you.
I know a friend of ours was eyeing one of your magnificent belts on the way. So.
We will drink then tonight, and perhaps you will win it from me, if you can hold your mead.
Until then.
Until then. King begins to depart, as well as the other nearby the table, heading north.
He actually seems rather agreeable for a giant.
Brindle lowers the head. It is done, Smallings. My oath to my master has been served, and I must find another to serve. Farewell.
Best of luck to you.
Does it have to be a giant?
Yeah, why don't you join us?
Stops and turns. It must be someone that has slain a dragon. You have
So
not.
if we slay a dragon and we kill Ithrin, would you roll with us?
Chuckles themselves. My duty is bound in honor to Thrym. I am a creature of magic, born of dragons and giants' blood. And my only purpose is to hunt and slay dragons. Outside of Monsac and the hunting of Javaric's spawn, I know nothing. And where you will go, I assuredly cannot follow. But perhaps we will come to it after Ithrin is slain. You may find me. If you can, smile to themselves.
Thanks for the help.
I'm gonna go over and give him a scratch behind the ear before he walks away.
You go to give a scratch behind the ear, and they bite at your hand.
Rude.
What's that?
Pull your hand back in the nick of time. They smile. And they continue to run off. Pack to follow.
It'd be really cool to have a wolf.
Beastmaster
Well,
Ranger.
should we go see the Master at Arms and see what they have available for us?
So I believe this new alliance may provide us with some gear upgrades, perhaps.
Yeah, but I think they're gonna want us to use those to fight in Storval, and we're exhausted from running all night. So maybe we go make the helms, and then we come back, we get drunk, and then we do all the Storval and gear and stuff tomorrow.
We'll do that tomorrow.
Yes. That will be nice.
Sounds good to me. It is rather exhausting.
I mean, it's only actually early afternoon. We can make the helms, few hours, get the gear, few minutes, come back here, drink, do whatever you want to, then rest. I would hate to be unprepared since, and I'll look at Pip. He seems to know where we are.
Why do you look at me? He knew we were at the end too.
And the common factor there is
We went time traveling.
I am a little confused how Ethan knows who we are. When Balrugar didn't know who we were, it doesn't look like there was any sign of the wagon or the Remmer haze or like.
and evidently, from what we learned before, divination magic doesn't work on us, so nobody can track us.
That is a good point.
Very strange.
So I would rather not be unprepared if he does happen to come here. I have nothing against the drinking and festivities, but maybe we should craft, see what the armory has for us. Or actually, only two of us are going to craft. The rest of us can go see what the armory has for us and prepare ourselves for a potential fight, just in case.
Yeah, I'm not
We know
much
he's
of
not
an
going to come
army.
here. But yeah,
They
we can
told
do
us
that.
as much because they would be able to capture him because of their numbers.
Yeah, out of character. Just because the dragon is immortal doesn't mean that giants couldn't capture it. Okay. That was one of the things they were stating. Giants are very, very strong, and they're very massive. So, talk about how many giants there are here. It wouldn't take much to try to ensnare it, bring it down, and imprison it.
Use that
Hey,
longevity
it's up
against
to you
them.
guys. I just know that when they're crafting, all I'm going to do is sit there and watch. So I just figured my time was spent better doing something else.
Yeah, I guess I can't build anything.
I was just worried that if you go ask for stuff, they're going to want you to prove your metal. And
Well, then we can just schedule a fight tomorrow. And then...
yeah, that works.
Yeah, you got this.
Maybe they'll even give us the gear before we go do the fight.
Just a thought.
So the
Don't
three
have
of
to
you
do
go
it.
schedule a fight, get some gear. I mean, I don't need anything
Well-
anyway. So like,
I mean, I would prefer to avoid the whole fighting piece, but get some gear sounds good.
I mean, dragon armor
we're-
does sound pretty
yeah.
dope.
I was going to say they offered to let us kill dragonlings for like shit
Let's
before
go try
we
to
go
get
fight
gear
the big
first and
dragon.
craft.
But here's another problem we have, guys. How do we get this thing powered up enough to where I can actually do something with it?
That's a problem I was considering. We do know where you got the last two pieces. And
Mm.
we have a working theory that we are not in the same place that we left.
So
So
if
what
you
is
think
it
we go,
possible?
And maybe they're still in this
Perhaps.
world reality, whatever it may be.
let's see. I remember one we got from the Grey Dwarf. The other one we got from the Duke.
Yeah, as I recall.
Are you telling me we have to go back to that fucking
Back
shithole?
to High Rock, it always comes back to there. Deuce, you said.
I mean,
Guess what? Guess what? Guess what you said? You said you'll never get me back there. I'm never going back there. And guess what I did? I got my little fishing pole. I got my carry out. Gotcha, baby.
I mean,
Gotcha.
if we go back to High Rock, we might as well go see Balrugar again as well.
I mean, the question I have though is, if we go back, will they still have it?
Brilliant, baby.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, we know
Well-
we got 2 of them there, so the theory stands that if there was no chosen ones in this timeline to take them, that they may still be there.
Yeah, but there's no Duke. What if there's no Duke? He just got there
Well-
when we got there.
He got there before we got there. He had a whole
Well-
building built
Not fair.
and you know
So-
underground base excavated, and
Yeah.
I mean, the theory that Caden has put forth would hold true based off my interactions with Balrugar, who had no idea who I was and took the tomb back.
Wait a minute. We could probably see your girl again.
Yeah,
you can try to hook up with her
let's-
for the second time. See if your true love is true. Cross timelines and dimensions.
Well, I mean, it may happen, it may not. It's not my major concern here. My major concern is how we're going to fight this invincible dragon and win.
So me and Lance go craft. You guys go talk to Haldoon. We fight in Storvog tomorrow just to see how we do against some dragonlings that aren't full-fledged dragons, and then we go look for the other stone in High Rock.
I
Sounds like a
suppose.
plan to me.
At the very
Also,
least, if we
like-
meet the Duke in High Rock, we can see if he has his stone on him and then make a decision from there. Correct?
So, out of curiosity, are we going to kill him instantly, or are we going to?
We don't even
Like-
know that he's evil in this timeline.
It's true.
Would be a
Fine.
59
We just
stream.
need to ask him if he's talked to any demons lately.
You actually feel a
Yeah.
presence coming from the Tome of the Holder.
That's an innocent question.
I'm gonna walk outside and go somewhere where I can't be seen. Hopefully.
Okay. Okay, go outside of the Great Hall, finding a bit of peace of seclusion, wrapping a little bit on the southeastern side into some of the wood, a little bit absent of traders and folk.
I'll obviously pull it out.
Out of curiosity, was it obvious that he kind of just left, or did you have an excuse to leave?
My excuse would have been going to see the armorer, armorist.
Well, we would follow you.
Yeah, you're taking 2 people with you.
It's fine. I just.
Alright.
And then I'll just you guys go on without me. Something's going on here. I'm not feeling well.
Sure.
Can I do it? And I'm gonna do an insight check.
I don't know if they have toilets small enough for you, sir.
Does he
They better
have
not be
the
getting
runs?
Insight bowels.
Insight bowels. More like a medicine check.
Have his pants been stained? Am I noticing any funky smell?
Did he eat any bad food?
The med- Medicine.
Eat anything?
Yeah,
that
I
didn't
think this is
eat?
more of a medicine. If you're going to the Alliance, are they really sick? That would be more of a medicine check, I think.
Okay, because he's gonna obviously.
If you want to see if they're lying to you, that would be a deception.
Well, it's gonna be a lying, but
Well, if you want to see if they're
I'll
lying,
just-
get a roll insight.
all right. So it would be insight, right?
Sure. And you know what? You know, for the sake of it, let's go and get into the best check, just to be safe.
I did both.
All right, 25. Jax, you gonna roll deception?
Yeah, sure. I'll give it a go. Just short.
So Pip, you'd probably see that Jax was quick to leave in like basically leading the group out, which normally they're not leading; they're actually a little bit behind the group. Definitely an observer, aware of the things more often. It's not unfamiliar that Jax needs some space, but it does stand out as odd in this particular situation to have space.
So what Pip would probably do is, because he's still wary of Jax and he knows there's something off, he's gonna kind of do the same thing, like walk a little bit with the group and kind of go somewhere and then use his invisibility.
Man's gonna go spy on Jax.
Spy on the spot.
So much distrust in this group.
All right, so is everyone else moving on, and then Pip, you're gonna just stay like basically hide behind a tree and then.
Yeah, kind of just like fall back too. Like, let me go check on him too. He did seem a little odd. I'll meet you there.
Go ahead and make a stealth check.
Did you turn
So now-
invisible after you said that?
Did I what?
Did you turn invisible after you said that? Like, I'm gonna go check on Jax. And
No. God, I can't stealth for shit.
All right. So as you, the rest of the party, begin to kind of make way, Pip, you then say you're gonna go turn around, make sure that Jax is okay, maybe having a change of heart in a ways. Jax, you're beginning to just do what it is that you intend to do. You hear a large twig snap. You see Pip staying there in broad daylight, 40 to 50 feet away from you. Just frozen in position, unmoving, staring
can't
at
see
you.
you.
Well, Pip went invisible.
Yeah, I'm invisible. Yeah. He
I
forgot to
did-
go invisible.
We'll just go with
I'm
I
just
heard
kidding.
something.
Mid-cast.
I'm just kidding. So you cast
That'd be hilarious.
invisibility. You cast invisibility with an 8 stealth check. That your Jax, perception-wise, for sounds, you hear common forest sounds around you. Stands out.
Oh, nothing stands out with my passive?
Nothing stands out with your passive because they're normal sounds you would hear in a forest. Many giants are stomping and moving around this community. There's large amounts of crashing sounds of trees, the vibrato of sounds. Nothing would stand out
That's
to
fine.
you as odd.
I'll carry out what I was gonna do. I'll pull out my. So everybody saw the tomb disappear, so it's not like it's a secret. It was gone. The only one I shared it came back with was Kanan, so I'll go ahead and pull it out now since it was, I don't know, on vibrate and it was letting me know somebody's calling.
You're leaving them on red, man.
A
It's like a
pager.
pager.
It's a fucking pager.
What's it say? What's it
You
say?
You see the eye rolling back.
Oh shit! Turn it
Val
upside
It's like
Brugar.
a
down.
recorded message. It's gonna be a
There's- I
fucking
mean, there
recorded
might only be a
message.
few people in here that get this one, but turn it upside down to see what the numbers are saying.
And you guys get a
Hello.
payphone?
Oh man! So I'll go ahead and pull it out to
Okay.
see what's going on.
Okay, you pull it out. You hear the voice of Balrugar beginning to emanate outwards. I peered into Korthalak, and my tome is still there. Yet you have it. How?
I mean, I told you the truth last time. I don't know how we got here. I don't even know where here is. But in the place where I came from, we met you. I became your servant, and we were to go after Damodar, the Master of Dragons, and you provided this tomb to me to assist us going against the powerful Damodar.
I see.
I haven't lied to you at all.
Take the tome and put it to your forehead.
I'll do it.
Did you do it?
100%.
Oh,
Powerful wizard.
It's on my head.
got you.
Oh, now we have jokes, huh?
Oh, we have lots of jokes.
Got him, coach.
Sorry I was so short with you. Before, I have taken time to pierce into the truths that you speak. You are indeed from another time, one of which is distant, but yet similar as this. Great magic was used to bring you here. You have filled a void. Something somehow called to it. The tome that you possess is not mine, but of another Balruga.
I assumed as much when you said yours was not missing. The other Balrugar told us the story of the Chosen Ones, and I believe that is the role that we filled on the time that we came from, and potentially the role that we are filling here that was missing that you speak of.
Then the bane of Barithun that I carry is for you. How peculiar. You are from another time. Does that mean you have one already?
You know that I cannot lie to you. We do have one already. And I'll tell you that our plan is to take on Ithrin with the Frost Giants from Monsog. Or at least their king that we're with now. I don't know if we make it through this or not. Any help would obviously be appreciated. Any weaknesses or any additional items, maybe a second Bane of Barithun sword, could prove helpful. But
And another rod.
I'll leave it to you.
Jack, so was you telling me that you want another bane? You have one. You already have one.
We do have one indeed.
Do you know what it would mean to have two of these powerful items nearby each other? It ripped the very time in half.
Already did that. It's fine.
Then
We
we
had
fill the
first
void somewhere
Barithun,
else,
yes,
and we
but-
can get a third one.
We've had first
We'll just
Barithun,
keep
yes,
on
but what about
ripping
second
universes
Barithun?
here. I'm sorry, I did not realize that.
But I want to see the
Damn it,
hammer.
Marty.
You should find where you sought about Rugar before, and we shall see if it works or not. I'm quite curious.
Fucking Christ.
Because the DM carrot to return to High Rock is quite large.
I said carrot. Very few.
It's a carrot. You know how to do it or not. I will take more time to study from which timeline you have come from, and the one of which you have came to. I'm sure there is much that has changed. Even if they seem similar, they are not. Tell me, does the dragon know you are here?
We have a loudmouth bard with us who I believe has told him, because he's already found us once in the valley before we came to Monsog. I don't know that to be the truth, but I don't know how else he would have come directly at us.
That is most troublesome. I would have thought the element of surprise would be best. Or the other eye would have told you much about Damodar, Master of Dragon, and how my spawn were taken from me. And that you chosen ones will defeat Damodar, Master of Dragons. Yes.
He did indeed tell us the story that you're telling me now.
That is good. And did they also tell you that I like a particular treat? Frozen cherry juice popsicle.
The one we came from was frozen grape, so I'll make a
Disappointing.
mental note of cherry for you.
Good. The tome will
I
be
assume-
here to seek guidance. Return if you will, return if you don't. Your quest is yours and your path is yours. I will act as patron like the other Balrugar has. And I will research what I can. For the bard, I would do its best to silence them. Maybe a gag or something.
Yes, I agree with the bard. Finding a way to silence him is going to be, without arousing suspicion, is going to be the trick. There is a party I'm traveling with, but I'll do my best. Thank you for reaching out again and allow me to reach out to you. I assume the word Ricola is still the same if I need to
It
get
is
a hold of you.
the same.
Thank you, Master.
Ah,
I'll be in contact in the future.
yes. Good. See as the book closes.
I will slide the tome away.
Pip will quietly try to go away to uninvisible himself and meet up like he was never there.
As he's moving away with my passive, do I notice anything? With an 8th stealth check. Footprints in the snow, bushes moving like they shouldn't
As you begin to put the book away and begin to depart, you see as there are boot prints in the snow that begin to walk away.
It's a new
Thanks.
spell, okay?
be. I'll walk to where the rest of the party is.
Okay.
Or I guess I should say the two that I was going with to the armorer.
Is everyone else going to the? I thought everyone's.
Well, they're
going
going to be crafting at the
Yeah.
forge. So
Oh,
meeting the...
Donlin and Lance are going to be crafting the board.
Yeah, so the rest of us
Yeah.
are going to go find what's his face.
The Sakaar.
I think the king was
Khaldun.
Yeah.
king was expecting us to come back and drink with him tonight, right?
Yeah. For,
Yeah.
for like dinner or whatever.
Yeah, so I think we just meet back at the Great Hall, right?
Yeah.
So, as you begin to ascend in the direction of the large store vault, outside of store vault and from the entry, flanked are coverings and other sorts of lodgings that pertain to barracks that are really just fit for armories to store a variety of different weapons. And similar, that you kind of walk in, there are racks fit with wood, hanging weapons of a variety, and the armaments of different things. Now, one of the things that immediately recognizes when you come into the area and walking into the massive barracks of the lodges here is that the weapons are made for and the arms are made for a giant, and none of the equipment in this is fit for you. All of it is far, way too large. And so as you're looking at some of the giants
They
as
got
they're
a tailor,
grabbing,
right?
as some of the
Taking
giants
out
are
the waist.
grabbing some of the weapons, they're seeing you down below their feet. They're kind of walking over, and you see as Khaldun is raising the portcullis, shaking the head as a couple others go in, then making way over to a couple sparring giants. They're kind of practicing, adjusting their technique, and then from not finding anything, right, so you can walk up towards Khaldun, who stops the training, helping with the train, and then they just kind of walk over to you, meeting halfway, about 30 to 50 feet away from the actual portcullis leading into store vault here. They look towards you, lowering the head. The Thorns! Hello! You have come, here to test your mettle against dragonlings, or perhaps the likes of giants. I can find you a sparring partner.
Mm.
That was on the list, perhaps. We had thought to maybe do that tomorrow. We didn't want to be in poor spirits for our drinking with the king tonight. We were curious. Some of us could use a bit of an upgrade in the armor and arms department. I realize most of the things that you have at your disposal are rather large, but given the state of our alliance and our shared duty to slay Ethrin, we thought that if you had anything you could provide that might help us in our endeavors, we would be much appreciative.
More so than the weapons and arms you have now.
Yeah, well, my armor's getting a bit light for my taste. If we're going to be fighting dragons, it was more meant to protect me from the two-legged sorts of...
Yeah, what he
Yes.
said.
Well, no, we only have one dragon slaying sword. The rest of us, we're trying to get that.
Depends on my-
We have.
Personally, I'm not so concerned with. It's more armor protection.
Lance, are you there
Well,
with
I
them?
can't speak for everyone.
Or did you, or is everyone
you were
here, or
doing-
did some people
That's
go
up
to the
you
forge?
guys.
I thought Lance and Donna were going to the forge to do the helms.
I was not aware I was crafting helms, but yeah, I can do that.
Well, technically, he's crafting them, but
Yeah.
he needs your help.
He says he needs
Oh,
your help.
right, yeah,
The
I forgot
advantage,
you
the
needed
advantage.
assistance with that. Yeah.
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 Okay, just want to make sure I have everyone that's here. So Donlin
Yeah,
and Lance
right.
went to the Kolvog the Forger, and you three went to Khaldun, the Master of Arms, right? Okay,
Correct.
just want to make sure. Okay. Your plight for better arms looks towards you. Looking around. Move about. Give me a twirl. Draw your weapon.
Pull out the daggers.
Sure.
Swing it about. No,
I'll juggle my daggers.
That's nice. I like the juggling. I don't know what you're doing. What are you? Looks towards you, Pip, eyeing you from left to right.
I'm more of a lover, not a fighter.
Yes, I can see that. And you. I see more weapons than just the one you hold. The one you hold isn't very true to you. As far as your armor goes, I have nothing that would fit you here. Any armor the likes of which you wear, I don't see it being any better than what you have now. Most of us wear hides and leathers, or draconic bones, but those are in short supply. None of the giants will be willing to give any of you to you, for you have not slain a dragon. You are not worthy to wear it. I do know Kovog the Forger has some talents in making armor and weapons more powerful. Perhaps they would take pity upon you, and do it for free. Normally would take certain draconic bones as a worthy payment. Blood of the dragon. But I imagine a now alliance, Kovog would be able to help out.
That's fair.
I suppose we should seek them out.
Is there anything I can
It's
assist with you now in training for the fight to come? Tactics to slay a dragon, perhaps even how to move about.
Is there?
Have some time.
Oh, I'm sorry, Kanan.
I was gonna say we have time, but please carry on.
Is there any way to hide and sneak up on a dragon?
Dragons are keen in the dark, as well as sensing vibrations of the earth, especially Ithrin, being a white dragon. They burrow, move through the ground. They are attuned to it. Sneaking up on a dragon would be very difficult. If you were to do so, you must be aware where the ice lies. A crack, splinter, sound moving. Surely, falter your step. White Dragon's lair is an enchanted place filled with its magic. Ithrin's will be no different. There will be traps laying in wait, the ice to break and to snare you, spike you, the dragon to feast on your flesh.
How many other dragons or anything do you think will be with him?
We do not know if another Javarg spawn is within the mountains. We only sense that of Ithrin and their lair at the base of Hilvarig Peak. But there are dragonlings, creatures that have been born from the dragon's blood. They are large monstrosities, ferocious and gifted with the dragon's breath. These ones burrow as well. They will eat you. Because you're small. We have some in Storvold. You should fight them.
Yes, perhaps tomorrow we should arrange for that. Practice it.
Yes. Anything else?
I do not believe so. I kindly thank you for your time. We will take no more of it.
Well, thank you. Stands up. No, not like that. Begins to make way, moving away from you to help with more sparring.
Yeah, I don't know about you guys, but even if my thing comes, I don't think I'll be fighting any dragons like that. If you guys want to spar tomorrow, that's all you guys.
You understand they're helping us, and part of them helping us is sparring with these guys. Like, you need to do it.
We'll see. I am a lover, not a fighter. You guys seen me in battle. I'm a giver. I make you guys look better.
Well, it could also
And you
be
can-
an opportunity to practice the effects of that ring a bit more as well. See what all you might be capable of doing with it.
True, and maybe I guess we could use it as a tactic to work on our teamwork a little better. For tactics,
Precisely.
that I can
We
get
are
behind.
still rather new to this, as it were.
I mean, I'm just saying I don't want to fight one-on-one with a dragon lane
No, I
or
would
any
not.
giants.
I would not recommend that. No.
I don't
no
care how much-
desire to.
I don't think
Donlin
they're
would
looking
probably
for.
want to do that. The rest of us, I do not believe, would want to do that.
No,
I would love
mean,
to watch Donlin do that.
I mean, I'm not a lover or a fighter for that matter, so I don't think they want us to fight one-on-one. I think they are looking for exactly what you are as a group to test out our group to see how good we are, or maybe how bad we are.
And we'd better do well, because I suspect if we do not, this alliance might crumble rather rapidly.
I wholeheartedly agree, Kanan.
Well, we've lived this long. What's a sparring session?
Be fine. They wouldn't let us die. They probably would, honestly. But
Yeah, it'll be fine.
Yeah,
Donlin
Donlin will just
will save
fall
us.
again. Well, once I revive him again. He tends to fall a lot.
Oh, let's go meet up with the others and see if we can work anything for our weapons here at this magic armor that everybody keeps talking about.
Yeah, what if I get? It'd be really cool if once we kill him, can I get like magic, like armor, like a helmet? Can I wear him as a helmet?
They're working on helmets for us right now.
Yeah, but it's not a white dragon helmet.
I mean, the
it
dragon.
actually,
will be-
it is.
Yeah,
It
like
is.
the whole
It's just
thing
not
is-
Ithrin. It's some other white dragon link stuff. But yeah.
And it helps with dragons as well.
I'm just
It's
saying
like-
afterwards, I just want Ithrin's bones or something of Ithrin as
Hey,
a
definitely
penance
trophy.
of it.
Yeah, no, that's
Yeah. We can make that happen.
Yeah, want that.
I'm sure we can take his testicles and make a necklace for you or something.
No, that's all you. You
Oh,
seem to need them.
God.
it's like fuzzy dice or something.
Fuzzy dice.
Yeah,
Fucking hell.
Exactly.
Fuzzy dice.
This
I figured that's
fucking
something
group
Pip
is
would
so
want.
dysfunctional, dude.
Hey, we can give it to Donlin for his next animal that dies. Hanging around
Friday afternoons. You're watching
wonder
the
why we can't see
stream.
people.
We need another player. You could join us. Be a part of
It's
it.
true.
Come on. You know you want
Then
it.
you two can have insider checks rolled against you every session. No worries.
And
Every
you
session,
too.
Nobody trusts anybody.
And you too. Kid wants the privacy to release your bowels, and you have a party member invisible trying to sneak upon you.
Hi, how you doing?
How you
That would
doing?
have been embarrassing.
Feeling good? Get it out okay? Is it working?
Yeah,
Making sure the fiber's all good. All right.
it's all
So-
fun. Yeah,
Heading to Kolvog the Forgers, huh?
I think we're all there now.
Yeah, I think we're all there, or all going to be there at this point.
No, this place is close to Insight Checkers.
Okay. So we're all going to be kind of there at the same time because you, Donlin, and Lance, you need to get the materials right as well. So making sure you have all the materials, then getting that over to Kolvog, and then getting yourselves kind of assimilated with what's going on here. Kolvog is laying down common tools and other things for you, setting up a little bit of an area for you to smith at, because their stuff is absolutely ginormous, so they have to kind of set it up for you and help out. You can reduce the gold now. I've put the materials in your inventory, Donlin. Just be mindful that if you're creating multiple of them, what happens is they'll try to make multiple of a quantity for the item.
Mhm.
So you just have to be wary of
Make one, send it.
make one, send it, make one, send it. Yeah, that sort of thing. But for now, just reduce the gold for the 3 fine. So that's a total of 6,000 gold pieces to purchase the materials, and then you can go ahead and make your checks at advantage.
You're reducing the gold deuce? Okay.
Yeah, or
right.
600,
Whoa.
not
I was
6,000.
I was gonna say
not
6,000 platinum
Whoa!
combat.
Ah! Ah!
I had
What?
to-
Ah!
I had too many zeros.
Oh
Where
my
the
god.
fuck is my Switzerland? Right here.
That's expensive.
Yeah, I don't want a helm anymore if it's
Yeah,
gonna
I don't need
cost.
a helmet that bad.
Oh, why did that? That didn't even put any of my modifiers in. Okay.
It's not advantage either.
No.
Let's go ahead and take a look at your tools in your inventory.
It was configured to strength, and I have it set at expertise now.
And you click the tool.
Yeah, let me try it again.
Yeah, it's a bug.
Okay.
It's not adding it. Okay. Probably a bug with MIDI, because MIDI's the same thing as with the saving throws for me. Doesn't automatically prompt me for saving throws for NPCs anymore. So it's probably the same thing. All right, so our first rule
I
is
wonder if I need to equip it.
maybe. I don't think so. I don't think that's going to change anything.
Oh, okay.
All right, so taking your I'll take the 6, so I'll take the 12 with the advantage. 12 is the first of the checks. 12 plus proficiency twice is 6. It's a total of 18. Then 18 plus your strength is well above 20. The first one's a success. Go ahead and craft it.
Awesome. Awesome. Maybe. Okay.
Glad that money didn't go to waste.
All right, Dragon Helm.
See if Master Crafted still works after the patch. This is the first time I've used it since V11.
It says,
Mastercrafted still seemed to work.
well, it says consumes hidden, and crafts hidden. So we'll see if it puts it in my inventory.
It's
Says you crafted a dragon helm.
it's there. I see it in there.
All right, so we said.
So we have no trader thing for the character sheet. You had to do it on the bottom left, because that trade thing is actually not going to be updated for version 11. So we're never going to have that ever again. So say goodbye to it.
Sag.
Whoa, that's crazy.
So we have item piles now, and we can spectate the trade, make sure everything's going the way we want it to go.
So I'm just gonna roll
Glares
two
at my map.
d20s.
All right. Yeah, just roll 2d20s and I have modifiers. All right. That one's going to be a success as well. Go ahead and make it one.
Once. And then we send that to Dustin.
Epic montage. Diddly-doo, diddly-doo-doo, diddly-doo-doo-doo. I imagine like grabbing two hammers together. All right. So you're going to be able to craft all 3. That's a successful 3 checks. And because you're helping Lance, you also get 3 checks towards Smith ranks as well. So you get the same volume of working together, hand in hand. Qualvog is also very curious. He's been watching the last 6 hours here of your adventure, crafting and monitoring that. At the same time, we're going to retcon because your party's going to show up here. And so Qualvog, at the same time that they're blacksmithing here, so we'll kind of create some blacksmith sounds. There's some hammering. Towards you. What are you gonna ask?
Greetings, Master Smith.
You may
Go
call
on,
me
Master.
Qualvog.
Qualvog it is. Your master at arms had sent us your way. We were hoping, as part of this new alliance that we have formed with your king and your clan, to perhaps procure some better equipment in order to fight Ithrin in the coming days. I know several of us could use some improved armor, and I don't know if anyone's looking for a weapon, but I'll let them speak for themselves.
Yeah,
He said that you had the skills and expertise to to deal in things our size. Nothing that they had already made would be appropriate for creatures of our stature, as it were.
Everything in the armory of Sakaar is that in size to a giant. So I would have to make something for you. And I can do such a thing. If you feel that your armor is not adequate, tell me what suit of armor you wish to wear.
Personally, I would like a breastplate, as this leather is no longer suiting my standards.
And it is to be done. So moving over to the workbench, grabbing some of the blue powder, they begin to dot it onto the magical anvil. Then they go to a nearby crate, kind of this barrel-ish piece of stone that they've made, grabbing bits and pieces of iron, filling that into a crucible. They place it into the lava. The runes begin to alight, and then they begin to pour it onto the bluish powder, begin to move their hands over it. Same time, they hold their hand out to you, placing 2 fingers and the thumb over you as they begin to get measurements from you magically, trancing through. They make no smithing. There is no nothing. They're molding the armor. And as they mold the armor using their magic, they take their hammer, sizing it down very tinily. They just
Tink, tink, tink.
make a small little engraving.
It's like the for us, like the glasses, little glasses tools, you know.
And then they hovered over to you. Here you are. Breastplate fitting for someone to slay a dragon. You have in your inventory breastplate +1.
Much appreciated, sir.
You are welcome. Well, who next?
I know
shall
this
make?
is. I know this is maybe not something you can do, but I have ironically 2 requests here.
You
I
may
can only
make
wear
one
light
request.
Oh boy. So I'll whip out all my daggers. This is what I fight with, but these are all normal daggers that I fear may break or not penetrate the dragon's skin. Is there anything we can do about this?
As I have told, all the weapons that I have made have not laid a single blow on Ether.
Well, in that case, I'll take my chance with these, but I wear light armor. I'll pull off my leather armor. Is there any way you can improve on this armor to maybe help me not get hit by the dragon?
Yes, I can. Begins to motion its palm down for your leather armor.
I'll, of course, hand it to him.
Takes it. Walks over to the lava forge and dumps it in.
Trash. Get it
Begins
out
to
of here.
do the same thing, making a fine piece of studded leather armor. At the very end, ting 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 ting, engraving their name into it in giant.
Thank you.
I have studded leather armor +1.
Hey, let's go.
You are most welcome, for you will wear my armor and slay dragon. In this way, you give the honor, the guidance, Thrym to me.
Honor be to Thrym. Hammer, hammer, hammer.
Who's next?
I mean, I don't know if you can do mine any better. He shows him his studded leather armor.
Ah, yes. This. Takes it. Looks at it. It already has an enchantment upon it. Gives it back to you.
Yeah, it was
It
from
should
a.
serve you well in the fight against the dragon. Is there anything else
you.
I could do for you?
Ooh, can we get one of those? Well, I don't know if you could do that. The Giant's belt.
A giant's belt is to be worn by a giant, not by you. If you are to get one, you must earn it. I cannot give this to you. It would break third law of Thrym.
Fair enough. I've got nothing else that I really need then.
Making a mental note to ask Donlin what the third law of Thrym.
Donla, the third law of Thrym.
Anything you wear must be earned.
Pretty much.
Where did you pull that one out from?
Man's got it tattooed on the inside of his arm, man.
No
Pulls up right here.
The first
Don't-
6 laws are right here.
Don't you have the
next
laws
six
of
are
your
here.
deity tattooed on your arm? Is that
Dumb.
dumb?
If they're not written on my body, I don't remember them.
How am I supposed
No
to remember
regrets,
that?
bro.
It's like a dude, where's my car moment, right? Where's your say? Sweet.
I'm just trying to imagine what they look like when he gets bigger. Are they still like tiny print, or do they enlarge with
Oh,
him?
they
you know?
enlarge. They enlarge.
It adjusts the font.
Yeah, it adjusts.
so-
That was
just the font.
Just the font.
Size 8 to size 24.
yeah.
Scale it up. All right, so we're kind of at a point where we're probably at the end of the session. I'm getting way too comical, so it's gotta be serious. So I think it's a good point that we kind of finish up and end. The dragon helms have been crafted, been handed up. We'll go ahead and advance the time clock about 6 hours here. For those, you can always get a short rest in if you want. Knowing that we're going to be going into possibly a drink competition, something to note, something I took into account with some things not crafting related. I didn't add it to the crafting thing, but technically you all are still exhaustion level 1. So
We're all gonna be -1 on our
yes,
con
so
checks.
you all be -1 on your con checks, your con saves for the drinking competition to be able to earn that belt. Now, the short rest isn't going to help you because it's only a long rest. So
Yeah.
that is unfortunate. So we will go ahead and see what happens on the next session at exhaustion level 1. Yeah. And I'm going to calculate some experience points for you all. If you may have any questions.
Nope.
Okay.
No,
Sure.
it's nice to know that we're feeling a void, though.
Yeah.
It's nice
We
to-
have a name.
Thorns. I feel like that was a temporary name. I didn't think I like forced it out of me. What's your name? Ah, ah, ah! You're like yelling. I don't know.
Yeah, we can workshop it if we want to change it later. It's fine. It's just our name for the purposes of this giant alliance.
Exactly.
We need that that group defining moment, you know?
Yeah, true. We haven't really had anything that
I mean,
come
if we're
together.
gonna base it on that, we should call ourselves the Trust Issues.
Yeah.
Only 2 of us, I don't think, has ever really lied.
Oh, what 3 of you are a bunch of liars? The 3 of you that inside check are all liars.
I
That's
have
because that's why we
checked
insect.
Nobody.
I don't know if anybody's inside checked me. I definitely
I know.
inside checked other people.
You've been inside checked. You said you spoke to dragons.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
yeah,
think we
that's right.
Told them to go
all.
away.
I think that might be the one exception for Kanan. I think we
Yeah,
all
I
insight
probably
checked
rolled
you.
on that one. Yeah.
I think everybody in the group's like inside check. Hey, I've been good though with Kanan after our little discussion, like we discussed him and I
Well,
alone.
we
So
bonded.
that's right. That's right.
Well, you guys had a little heart to heart. I feel like I just bonded with Kolvog. Showed off I can make these fucking dragon helms because I'm a beast. I mean, Lance helped, so like I'm not that much of a beast, but like I got the big muscles, you know, to bend that dragon bone.
Bring in the beef.
I feel like Lance was just holding you up so you could hit the anvil. and it's just-
That was the support. He was
Sabena.
I didn't have one small enough for you, you tiny piece of here.
there wasn't a footstool, so he just had to like prop you up so that you could work.
No, I think I have my own copy of Smith's tools. I got my own tools.
All right, 831 experience each puts you at 17,104 experience total.
Only 6,000 more until we hit level 7.
Woo!
Put away.
Pushing it.
I would really like to hit level 7 before we fight Ether. Just an FYI.
I can't wait
I
to get
mean,
to 10. I can get a
if we-
familiar.
If we kill everybody in Hiram.
All right, if you're watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. Hopefully you join us next week, Friday. Are we playing? Maybe playing next week. We're gonna come up to a vote, and so there's a couple players that are out, and we might be at a role play point, but also combat with Storvald. So if I end up taking a vote, we might end up taking next week off. So we will see what happens. But stay with us. You can always hop on the Discord, and then when I ping it on announcements. Then there you go. All good. Anyways, thanks for watching. See ya. Bye.
Bye, Chad.
Ah.